Great sporting events make great stories. On Discovery Plus, watch Lycra Warriors battle.
It has been a blockbuster.
Hot shots fire.
The legend.
Sharpshooters strike.
Ronnie O'Sullivan is in seventh heaven.
And thrill seekers zoom. There's live sport for everyone on Discovery Plus.
Gosen dagen. Weer een neek, hevier thuthat. Hevier thuthat. De petty ulfric.
Good evening, welcome back to Ponds Forge in Sheffield for the climax of part 2 of Judgment Day. 28 players already know they are in the mix, raring to go for the two-table setup at the Barbican. It's a revamped build-up to the Cazoo UK Championship, and we have some mouth-watering matches to come. We've got best mates going toe-to-toe. Jordan Brown taking on Mark Allen for the first time ever in a pro match. They will be side by side, but they'll have to cast those friendships aside. So too will Joe Perry and Neil Robertson. When Robertson beat Perry 10-9 for a ranking event title in 2014, I think it was, he was reduced to tears because he was desperate for Joe to finally get over the line. Well, Joe Perry did become a ranking event winner, taking the grand final the following year, and he's the reigning Welsh Open champion. So Robertson can't afford to be emotional in that one. Ronnie O'Sullivan's up against Matthew Stevens. So Stevens, a former UK champion, taking on the reigning world champion. And Jimmy the Whirlwind White, 7 o'clock Saturday night, will be in action against Ryan Day, who's just won the British Open to get back in the top 16 for the first time in quite a while. Very delighted to once again be listening to the dulcet tones and picking the brains of the former world champion, Ken Doherty. Ken, in terms of the big names like O'Sullivan, in terms of the friendships that are going to be put on the line with Perry and Robertson and Jordan Brown and Mark Allen, that was some draw this afternoon, wasn't it?
Yeah, amazing draw. I mean, Ronnie O'Sullivan against Matthew Stevens. Matthew Stevens, of course, former winner of the UK Championship. That's a mouth-watering tie. And, of course, you spoke about the friendships there, Robertson, Perry, and, of course, Jordan Brown and Mark Allen. That's tough draws for all four players there. But there's some Hawkins against Ding Junhui as well. That's going to be a really close one to call. And, of course, a lot of eyes will be on Jimmy White as he makes his bow there when he comes out at 7 o'clock on Saturday against Ryan Day, who's in great form as well. So some interesting draws, some fantastic matches to look forward to. And, yeah, and another 4 candidates tonight as well after the end of tonight's session.
Well, before we get into the lineup this evening, just a quick recap on the 4 afternoon matches. Here are the scores in case you missed it. And I guess the headlines, despite the fact that he was a little bit understated in his interview, to say the least. Dave Gilbert, 6-0 against Mark King. Joe Perry, 6-0 against Graham Dott.
Yeah, 2 very surprising, score lines. Maybe not the results, but certainly the score lines. I thought both matches could have gone very, very close there. But Joe Perry started off very, very well against Graham Dott. Dave Gilbert, as you mentioned, was in sublime form against Mark King, scoring very, very freely. And yeah, I was a bit surprised with his interview afterwards. I thought he'd be very upbeat, looking forward to playing in York and being in the draw. But you know, obviously he's got something else on his mind, so that's a little bit disappointing. But Jordan Brown came through against Zach Shorty, who's had a really great run this week, and very impressed with Ding Junhui as well against Robert Milgis. That was always going to be pretty close, but I thought Ding Junhui closed the match out very, very well there.
And from a neutral's point of view, it would be really good to see the three-time UK champion rediscovering his best form, because it has been lacking over the last couple of seasons, and he was honest about that when we spoke to him after the match. Right, on to tonight then. What about this? Table 1, Ali Carter, Liam Highfield. This is a great match because Carter, with a decent run at the European Masters at the start of this season, has reminded us he's a multiple ranking event winner, and he loves the big occasion. He will want to be part of that big show at the Barbican on Saturday.
Yeah, he certainly will. He's a proven quality. You know, he's been there, and you know, he's won, as you know, like a few ranking tournaments as well. He's up against Liam Highfield, left-hander, both coached by the same person, Chris Henry. So I don't know what dressing room he's going to go in there first. But anyway, that'll be a difficult one for Chris Henry. But a difficult match to call. You'd have to fancy Ali Carter just on experience alone. But Liam Highfield has turned over many a top seed in his time. Zhao Gudong against Petrov. Petrov has done remarkably well. You know, Estonian lad, first year on the tour. And, you know, he's done really well. Got to the British Open, to the TV stage as well. And this is a really big match for him. The interesting match for me, I think, is Matthew Selt against Anthony Hamilton. I think that's going to be very, very close. And indeed, the Sam Craigie, Ian Burns one, that could go either way.
And what a prize for Craigie or Burns, because they'll be in action at 1 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, taking on the defending champion, Zhao Xin Tong.
Yeah.
Huge carrot to dangle.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't think either player will worry about that. I mean, for all the players to get to the TV stage, and it's going to be very, very special this year because it's just 2 tables. The focus is just on 2 tables, not the multi-table, 4-table that we've had in previous years. It's going to be a much nicer set. It's going to be a much nicer presentation, and it's going to feel like the old UK Championship for me. I think that's what most players are really looking forward to.
And it sounds from what Jason Ferguson was saying to us on camera and backstage here at the set at Ponds Forge, that they're trying to sort of sprinkle a UK Championship version of the Masters Stardust on this event. He said, as you've just alluded to, he said the set is going to blow people away.
Well, I think it's about time, to be honest. And I mean, a fair play to them, you know, for doing it. But, you know, it's probably not before it's time. From a personal point of view, from a player's perspective, I think something needed to be done to it because it lost its real sort of sort of appeal to the players, and sort of the Masters became bigger than the UK, and even some of the other events like that, you know, maybe the players and the tour, you know, they became bigger in the players' eyes. So they have to do something about it. But I think it's going to be very, very special in that regard.
Well, we've got one little section of drama still to come before we complete the lineup of the very best players in the world who are heading to York. There are 8 currently in action. Only 4 of them will be joining the best of the rest. You've got the likes of Petrov bidding for his first appearance in any last 32 at any ranking event. And on the other end of the age and experience spectrum, the Sheriff of Pottingham, Anthony Hamilton, who I believe first appeared in the last 32 of the UK champs back in 1992, the same year that Jimmy won the title, beating John Parrott. So Dave Hendon, once again, good evening. I know you're fired up after a hearty supper. You're ready to go. Are we going to go to midnight? And are we going to see some more surprises this evening here at Ponds Forge?
Thank you, Rob. Well, we will find out over the next few hours. This is the scene here. So 4 tables. We'll be following them as closely as we can, and we'll be going to each one when something specifically interesting is happening. If there's a big break or a close finish, we will be following all the action. Let's start on table 1 then, where we have Liam Highfield and Ali Carter. This is Liam Highfield, not Liam Gallagher, in case you were wondering. From Stoke-on-Trent. Ali Carter, of course, very established player. A lot of people sort of see him as a top 16 player. He's actually 23 in the world, but he would be no surprise if he qualified. And of course, I guess what's different for these guys is they would know now who they're going to play. Everyone else who's qualified so far are waiting to find out. But the players in this session, the winner of this match knows they'll play Stuart Bingham at the Barbican. Ali Carter got to the semis of the European Masters early season. Hasn't done too much since, but obviously he will be aiming for a good run in this, the second biggest tournament in our sport.
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting match.
6.
Dave. Both players like to go for their shots. Good long putters.
7.
Ali Carter, well, you'd have to put Ali Carter favourite just because of his experience and what he's done in the game. He's a proven winner. But
Yeah.
he's up against Liam Highfield, who's, you know, as I said out there, a very dangerous opponent. Great long putter. Turn over anybody on his day. And this will be a really good test, I think, for both players.
Yeah, my feeling with Carter is that he's good into all conditions, and you know, he can win matches in qualifiers. He's not necessarily one of these who complains
12.
about coming. He just gets on with the job. He beat Peter Lyons 6-3 from 3-1 down in the previous round. Started to play well, 130, 66, 79 in the latter half of that match.
13.
I was stood, Ken, as you made the draw with Jordan Brown, who said to me at the start, I better get Mark Allen, and there we were. A few minutes later he did.
Yeah. Tough draw, wasn't it, really, for both players. And indeed, you know, for Joe Perry and Neil Robertson as well.
Yeah, and Yamping Tao, Joe Long, another friends meeting. Now this is
15.
coming to an end, I suspect. Best of 11, remember, tonight. I'll tell you what, let's jump to table 4, because Sam Craigie has got off to a good start here against Ian Burns. Player who's certainly, I think, highly rated, good talent, Sam Craigie. If we can get to table 4.
Yeah, he's a good player, Sam Craig. I mean, he can be. Didn't he do well in the UK Championship last year? I know he
Ali
beat
Carter,
me along the way in the first round, but was it Peter Lyons? I think he might have lost
Yeah,
to.
that's right. They've got to the last 32. Here we go. So Sam Craigie in immediately.
41.
This could be 6 reds, 6 blacks. He's going to stay on the black in May. Just want to play on. He's got he's got plenty of options. He's got like at least 4 loose reds here. Blessed with a lot of cue power as well.
48.
See the reaction he got off the cue ball there, off the side cushion. Stay on the black. Shouldn't be a problem. You can play on 2 reds here. One to the right of the pink, or the second one right of the pink, just off the cushion.
49.
Nicely played. And now we may see him play on this red beneath the black. I think that would be the best red to play for, because that would just free up that top cushion. Could play on a red into the left centre as well. No, he's gone for this. I think this is the right shot, to be honest. Well, decent chance. It's a, you know, first hit. He's on 7 red, 7 black, so I don't want to get too excited. I mean, he'll obviously be thinking of winning the frame from this visit, David. He doesn't want to, you know, get too excited just yet. Wait until the frame is won and then think about the maximum.
First poke, as Stuart Bingham would say. Yeah, well, we've had a few near misses. I mean, we're not quite close enough to call it that yet, but of course Ding got to 120, missed the yellow. A few others have got to sort of 12, 13 reds. First things first, to try and secure this opening frame. The winner of this match, Craigie Burns, plays Xiao Xingtong on Saturday afternoon. That's the first session. It's the defending champion launching the event, Barbican.
Into the reds there, but I think he's doing the right thing. Just try and pick off another couple of reds, and then the frame is over. But at the moment, I mean, cue ball is very, very good. This will be 9 blacks, so 1 more red will be enough to leave Ian Burns requiring a snooker. Frame will be over then, and then just try and find a way to try and split up those 4 reds. Lots of side, maybe too much. Not too much for the red. His intended red was the red on the right hand side, but he's still okay for this red on the left hand side. And even there's 2 reds there in line into this bottom left hand corner pocket. Could be a possible plant. This is very good.
73.
Now, let's see. Does he go into them? He's having a look at going into them. He could do. He's got a nice angle here.
Well, the frame should be his. 2 snookers needed, so he can give it his all now. His highest break in Pro Tournament 143.
He's hit the wrong red there. He wanted to get into the gap. And if he got into the gap, he just didn't really get into the cue ball. As I said, he's blessed with a lot of cue power. And he just didn't use it there. He thought they were going to split open a little bit more, but I think that red that he hit full ball, it took all the impact of the cue ball. So there's no way he's going to be able to get back into black here. He's got to be careful that he doesn't push this next shot. Ben Williams on the case here. It's not there.
I'm Craig. 8.
Again, Burns might play on, but that should be Craig's frame. Let's have a look at table 3 if we can, because I think one of the most interesting players here tonight is Andres Petrov. Now, he's a first-season professional from Estonia. It's his first time in the UK Championship, first year on tour. We saw him at the British Open in round 1, lose to Mark Williams, but what an extraordinary week he's had, and well, it would be something very special if he were to walk out the Barbican in York representing his country. The Estonia ambassador came to Milton Keynes through the British Open. And he's in first here against Xiao Qudong. This is, I guess, the influence of Eurosport, isn't it? The fact that the tournament's been broadcast there for so many years, and now they've found clearly a very good player.
Yeah, it's good to see him do well, isn't it? He played pretty well, didn't he, at the British Open? Got on TV and didn't do himself any harm. It's good to have the ambassador there as well to support him, so he's created a bit of a stir in his own country. It's fantastic to see. And he's followed that up here this week, Dave. He's had some good results, hasn't he?
Well, he has 2 6-5s, Jamie O'Neill and Jackson Page, and then 6-4 over Gary Wilson, who was sort of quite heavily fancied in that match. He's one of the few snooker players who's actually got a university degree from the University of Tallinn in youth work.
He's overrun this, trying to get on that red. It's actually on the black spot. He's overrun it.
51.
Dangerous shot to take on if he was taking the red on into the left centre. And maybe be more prudent just to get a good cue ball up into the bulk area here. Got a 30-point lead. Yeah, good idea.
Andres Petrov 51.
He's up against Xiao Qudong. He's the world number 34. Been in a couple of ranking finals. One of these players who you could see sort of coming through and winning a tournament. It's not quite happened yet for him. I think maybe we could jump back to table 1 because that frame between Carter and Highfield is very much in the balance. As we join it, Highfield with a chance to win it here. He pots the blue, will be 36 in front with 35 on. Bit of a waistcoat there, Ken.
I was just going to say, that's a bit jazzy, isn't it? It's like multicolour, it's a bit of a
57.
techno going on there. Paisley techno, is it? Looks nice. Should get a pair of socks to match.
58.
That'd be better. Very smart. Bit of a supernova sort of waistcoat, isn't it? Very nice.
There it is in all its
63.
glory. Do not adjust your set.
like
65.
the style.
Well, yeah, I mean, snooker's it's quite an inhibited sport in a way, but it's nice when players have a chance to just show a bit of personality, whether it's through their dress or you know, out their hair or whatever it is.
68.
Joe Johnson, up the road here at the Crucible, had a very distinctive pair of shoes, didn't he, when he won the World Championship?
Yeah, he had a few pairs of shoes, didn't he? I think he had more shoes than Imelda Marcos at one stage.
72.
But yeah, I used to love Joe Johnson's shoes. This is a good frame for Liam Highfield. Always good to get a good start, you know.
77.
Nice break in the first frame. Settle you down early. You lay down a marker.
83.
Yeah, he's certainly capable of winning this match. It would be a mini upset, but no more than that. So
90 and a frame.
Liam
Liam
Highfield.
Highfield.
And the only table we've not seen yet is table 2, so maybe we could have a look at that. That's Matt Selt and Anthony Hamilton, the Sheriff of Pottingham.
42.
He's actually quietly having quite a good time of it, Anthony Hamilton. He's back up to 39 in the world. He had been down in the 50s.
He's got a very free-flowing cue action, isn't he?
39.
Very, deceptive sort of break builder as well, isn't it? I don't know how many centuries he's got in his career, but I'd say it's quite a few. Maybe up to the 300 mark, is it?
Yeah, 313.
Yeah. Good scorer.
Well, he's one of the great survivors of the sport. He turned pro 91 when the game first went open. He's had, in the last sort of decade, various health issues with his back and his shoulders. But he's still here. And, of course, we were talking about it earlier. We remember his victory at the Tempodrome back in 2017 when his parents were there. It was a bit of a dream, really. He'd taken them to Berlin for a holiday, essentially. And he was in the tournament. He ended up winning it.
Judge that
45.
There was no need actually to kiss into the pink there, but he's overhit it. A little bit of adrenaline in the cueing arm there. Plenty of room there just to leave that cue ball short of the pink. But yeah, that was a great victory for him in the Tempodrome, no doubt. To have his family there, I mean, I remember when he was just 14, 15, 16 years of age, going around to the Pro-Am as his mother and father accompanying him everywhere. Up and down the country. With maybe stepping away, and it's so nice for them as well to see him eventually, get on the winner's rostrum in the ranking tournament.
Well, that's gone wrong. So table 3, I think, is the key frame now in terms of closeness. Zhao Guodong is just levelled up 51 each, potting a red. Oh, didn't quite get on the black as intended. So this frame in the balance against Andres Petrov. The winner of this, by the way, plays Judd Trump in round 1. I was told that because the tournaments are streamed on Chinese platforms, and I was told on the official one that it was streamed on, there were 20 million people watching earlier. Ding.
No way. 20 million people. That's incredible. I mean, there's been well over 1 million, haven't there, on the World Snooker YouTube and Facebook channels, which is remarkable. 20 million in China. Incredible.
Yeah, wherever you're watching in the world, do get into contact. Let myself and Ken know. So I'm at Dave Hendon on Twitter, and Ken is at Ken Doherty 1997, at Ken Doherty 1997. You can also contact World Snooker Tour at WeAreWST. Any thoughts on the evening? Can Andres Petrov do it? That would be pretty special, wouldn't it, to see him walking out at the Barbican? First season. I mean, Jimmy White first played it 41 years ago. Andres Petrov's in his first season.
Would be a story, wouldn't it? many people are watching it in Estonia. Lovely shot. Well done. Lovely control. He's got Gudong here and a spot of butter. He's got no problem hitting the red, but it's also getting it safe. He's got to hit it full ball, plenty of speed. If he doesn't, now what the chance? They're always trusting a bit of luck. No luck there, only bad. But Gudong. The fact that the green isn't on its spot just makes this little clearance could be a little bit more difficult. Yellow to green.
Thank you. Well.
You've got to get a good angle on this yellow so you can get over. But the green possibly will be potable into the yellow pocket. It's no good. Can pot the yellow, but can't get anywhere near the green. I think that red to play for the black was probably the wrong shot. You're probably better off playing for pink or blue on that initial chance occasion. Quite a clever little shot. It hasn't gone according to plan. He could be in trouble here.
Yeah, didn't quite get it. Didn't get any deciders this afternoon, but you would suspect we might this evening in this last set of qualifying matches, the last 4. So far Sam Craigie's won the opening frame and Liam Highfield in his match, and the other 2 still in frame 1. Yeah, Judd Trump, as I say, awaiting the winner of this one. So it'll be a big occasion for whoever comes through. That's a terrific pot from Petrov. Brilliant.
Yeah, plenty of top spin now. Doesn't want it close to that ball cushion. If it doesn't go close to the ball cushion, he can play a simple little snooker behind the brown, but it's not straightforward now. I don't know, will he have a go? Try and dig down into the cue ball, have a go with the green into the middle pocket. It'd be very, very difficult though. I don't blame him. He's not going to go. He's going to try and get the cue ball up this end of the table, somewhere behind this black. Oh, lovely shot. You see the side just come off that top cushion, the little bit of right hand side, and that was beautifully controlled. What a touch.
Yeah, he's already a handful. I mean, he can only really improve. It's his first season, of course. So can Xiao Dong get this safe? He needs a bit of luck here. And then a shake of the head. So Petrov, green, brown and blue to win the opening frame.
So I've been very impressed with his safety knowledge on these colours, and even the last red. Sometimes when you see a player coming onto the circuit the first year, they're a little bit green in the safety battles, and particularly against an experienced player like Xiao Dong. But I must say, very impressed with some of the shots that he played just on the last red and the colours alone. Obviously a good student of the game, like, you know.
Sorry, Ken. Yeah, he looks a confident character as well. He exudes that confidence, that body language, which I think is important. He's not intimidated. in amongst the big boys here. And he's won the opening frame, Andres Petrov. In his first season, he's looking to qualify, and he's won the opening frame against Jagu Dong Judd Trump, awaiting the winner. Now then, let's maybe table 1 again. Ali Carter, Liam Highfield. The captain is in here, of course, lost the opening frame. Yeah, as I say, Ali Carter, I think a lot of people feel he sort of is a top 16 player. He's been as high as number 2. Twice a semi-finalist in the UK Championship, although not for 10 years. Yeah, he had a good run at the European Masters. He got to the semi-finals there, but since then it's been a little disappointing, a little quiet. Of course, it doesn't help, I suppose, with events so spaced out. You can't really get any momentum.
I like skew action, Ali Cartis. Confident player, isn't he, as well? Bounces around the table. So he's got cue ball control.
$24.
I've had a tweet from Estonia, Ken.
Yeah.
Plenty of people watching here. Been waiting to see Petrov play for years. Huge deal.
No, that's good. Nice to hear.
He's worked so hard for this. So yeah, that's true, isn't it? Because the players from outside the UK, you know, there's all sorts of complications in terms of just financing to get here. So big night for the Estonian snooker community.
Yeah, and one of the players who, you know, I know spoke about it
31
over the course of the last couple of days, but one of the players who will benefit from the guarantee of 20,000, you know, that his expenses at least have been incurred and paid for the season, and that is a big help. It's a big worry off the shoulders.
32.
Trying to find sponsors, you know, your first time on the tour, to know that you have that to fall back on, it just takes a little bit of pressure off, and you could see that from his results so far.
If Ali Carter is going to get back in the top 16, clearly he needs a really deep run in a big tournament. Semis of the European Masters was good, but the UK Championship is where the money really goes up. We've got a record first prize of $250,000. And he could still get in the Masters with that good run, because the cut-off is the UK. Of course, he was runner-up there 40. To Stuart Bingham a couple of years ago.
That was a wonderful final, wasn't it? I think Carter led 7-5, did he, in that final? Bingham made a really good comeback, didn't he, the last 3 frames?
Well, he made his only century of the tournament in the last frame, and if Ali wins tonight, he
45.
plays him again. The only way is Essex.
$46.
So he seems to have settled down here after Liam Highfield won that opening frame. He's the winner of 4 ranking titles so far.
51.
Started at the Welsh Open back in 2009. He was one of those players who had been sort of knocking on the door a little bit, been in the World Final, but finally broke through. Of course, he's had his health problems, but has managed to keep 52. His snooker going.
Yeah, both him and Liam Highfield have both had their health problems. I think it's the same ailment, is it? Both Hodgkin's disease?
Yeah, Crohn's disease.
Crohn's disease, yeah.
59.
He's not quite there yet in this frame. He's 36 in front, so red and a pink would be enough.
Yeah, that cue ball's just travelled much bit further than he would have liked. The blue is slightly impeding.
Well, actually, red and pink wouldn't be enough because that'd be 43 and 43 on. But this is a bit nasty, isn't it?
Good shot.
60.
Just as Anthony Hamilton won that opening frame with Matt Selton. Sam Craig, he's made a great start against Ian Burns. He's already 2-0 in front with the winner to play, Xiao Xing Tong. Craigie's had a big break in frame 1. Oh, sorry, frame 2.
He's just got to pot this pink now and try and nestle this cue ball on this top cushion behind this red. Doesn't want to have to play this red from any distance at all. He's got to try and get close to it so he can just drop it in. He only needs the red, so there'll be no heroics here. 43 ahead, 43 remaining.
66.
So just drop the red in. Dead weight. Good
67.
shot. And that should be the second frame for Ali Carter.
I had a tweet actually from someone supporting Andres Petrov in Belarus, which of course is where Tatiana Wollaston, the referee in this match, is from. That's Eugene. Hello, Eugene. Nice to have you with us. Rooting for Petrov and the ever-young Jimmy White.
74.
And another Estonian, actually. Good evening. So great to see an Estonian playing at this level. We only have a population of 1.3 million. It's a beautiful country. My girlfriend is from Estonia. It's the first time she's shown any interest in watching snooker. Well, that's brilliant, isn't it?
Ali Carter, 74.
Our work here is done.
Frame conceded, frame.
So Ali Carter has levelled up at 1 each. I think next for us it should be table 3. Let's go back to Andres Petrov, who's won the opening frame against Zhao Guodong. Here we go. Zhao Guodong 40 points to the good. First frame was close, but we saw Petrov, firstly long potting was good and also good tactical awareness.
Well, here's a good question for you. A little tweet from Michelle. What's the most number of nationalities to reach the last 32 of a ranking tournament?
It is a good question because I don't know the answer.
well, that is a first, David. I'm sure it's a first. As long as I've known you, that is a first. You've got it, Michelle. We'll try and find out. Beyond to the almanac. Consulting at maybe on the break. It's a good one though, isn't it? I wonder what the most nationalities at the UK, because we're obviously playing the UK qualifiers here. I wonder what the most nationalities in the last 32 of the UK championships would be.
Well, people know all sorts of things, so if you do know, let us know. Meantime, this is a chance for Zhao Guodong, already 40 to the good. I'm glad these qualifiers have gone down well, though, because there's a big team out here on the chain to all sorts of machines, Ken, making this all happen.
Yes, there's a great team out the back here, working all the magic and bringing you all the pictures and, of course, the interviews and sound. I think the picture quality has been brilliant. I mean, it's been a great success, and record numbers have been tuning in as well, which is great.
Yeah, the UK Championship, obviously, for a lot of people is about the final stages, but for everyone in the game, of course, it starts in round 1 of qualifying, and we had the chance to see this week how the players have come through.
$40. $50.
So he's got himself 60 in front.
20. 21.
66 with the blue, so that open red he's looking at and a colour, and that should be enough for one each. We're going to have some deciders, I think, tonight. I can't see how we can't. There's going to be maybe all four. Maybe all four.
Saying that, you keep saying that. We've only had one, and in all these matches, in 12 matches, we've only had one so far, isn't it?
26.
Yeah.
Matthew Stevens.
Matthew Stevens against Wu Yi's last night. He was 4-0 up at one stage. But he's earned his place in the last 32 with a draw against Ronnie O'Sullivan. That was going to be a cracker. Don't be surprised if there's a big upset there. I know Ronnie O'Sullivan is playing superbly well. Did so in the Champions. Out in Hong Kong, he's on a roll. But Matthew Stevens, one of those players, and if he shows up and plays to what he can play, then he could prove a handful. Not saying he will, but I'm saying don't be surprised if he does.
Well, one thing is all the qualifiers, obviously a match fit that qualifies the week before. You know, best of 11s. They play a lot of snooker. Well, this frame is done, isn't it? 82-0. So we could have a look at table 4 because Sam Craigie has made a great start here against Ian Burns.
He's off to a flyer, isn't he? He had that chance at the maximum in the first. 10 reds, 10 blacks, and once again, ball's open nicely. It's back in.
Yeah, Ian Burns beat Ricky Walden in the last round, and that was, I suppose, a bit of an upset.
Big upset, wasn't it? Ricky Walden. Just outside the 16. It's been playing well over the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, we did the match, myself and Stephen Holworth, and there was a sort of comeback on from 5-1 down. It came to 5-3. It got a bit edgy, but Ricky did struggle, and Ian Burns saw it out nicely. But he's run into someone clearly feeling very confident here.
Well,
I think Sam Craigie, you know, is another one of these. We know how talented he is. He's just waiting for that one big breakthrough. So far, he's been in just one ranking event quarter-final in China Open 2019.
Nine.
Nicely. Just dropped the red in and get a nice angle on the black here. Doesn't have to do much here. He's having a quick look to see if there's a red potable into the left corner pocket. What's your guess on the most different nationalities in the last 32? I know somebody's going to tweet in the answer, so what my guess would be, I would say about 24.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a guess. I would say it's probably less than that in a single tournament. But yeah, somebody tell us, because we don't know.
Thank you.
Might be less than that.
10.
Too much.
Well, let's see who we've already got at the Barbican. Obviously China, Wales, Northern Ireland, England. We've got Belgium, Australia.
6.
Scotland. I think I mentioned Northern Ireland.
70.
Iran.
8.
Potential for Estonia. Of course, we had so many players from various parts of the world in the qualifying. It all comes down to this round now, and Sam Craigie from the northeast of England, where they've got a good little crew of players there. So Gary Wilson, Elliot Slessor, David Lilly, John Ashley.
That was a nice little shot, wasn't it? He's got a couple of reds there. Well, not a red into the corner, but if he doesn't get on the red into the corner, he'll have a red into the left centre. So he's going to try and put this in just a little area there, just above the black. take that 24 back. I think I'll have to go a lot less than that. I'm going to go 15. Now, just hasn't brought that cue ball up far enough. He's still got the red, but he's going into other reds here, so be careful here. Well, he could manage to just get through the gap. That was a nice little shot. Positional shot. He really has
30.
Great control of the cue ball so far in this match, Sam Craigie.
Yeah, he actually made 2 centuries in the last round. He beat Joe O'Connor 6-4, but he had 1-2-1, 100. So, although it was close, he scored well. Played at the Crucible. In fact, Fergal O'Brien, your good friend, he holds the record for the only player to have made a century in his very first frame at the Crucible. And Sam was on a 70-odd, I think, against Mark Williams when he qualified. And Fergal was watching, and let's just say he wasn't disappointed when he broke down, because he's very proud, quite rightly, of that record.
Fearless Fergal.
He'd be watching now if he's worked out how to work YouTube.
Yeah, yeah. Can you avoid this red on the top cushion? Get back over the left-hand side of the table. Stumbling block for him. One just below the black cushion, just sort of slightly in the way.
Michael Darby has tweeted from Australia to say, "I'm loving the coverage, but the time difference is killing me." Well, not a lot we can do about that, I'm afraid. Neil Robertson, of course, will be flying the flag at the Barbican, 3-time champion. Plays Joe Perry, of course, he's good pal.
46.
Yeah, just didn't quite get on it, did he? So 46, and well, he's made a good start, 2-0, but hasn't quite pressed on to 3-0. Let's have a look at table 1. Liam Highfield looks like he's about to go 2-1 in front. Just check in here.
44.
Yeah, he's just got with that red actually to the snooker's required stage. So this looked in some ways the standout match on paper, and already they're about to complete the 3rd frame.
Christy Cooper
51.
watching in from Lincoln. Hope you're enjoying it, Christy.
52.
Dan Sanderson said Petrov is 1,000 to 1 after winning that first frame for the UK Championships. Dan Sanderson, good luck. Jimmy is 500 to 1. Yeah, worth an each way.
Well, he's over the line here. Maybe we should go back
58.
to table 4, because that frame could see a counter-attack from Ian Burns. So let's have a look. First real chance to see Preston man. Of course, Preston, where this UK Championship was held for a good 20 years, about the 80s and 90s. Ian Burns did actually reach the last 32 3 years ago, 2019.
Yeah, it's where I played Stephen Hendry in 1994 when he made those 7 centuries in 10 frames. Very lucky indeed he was.
8.
It's fantastic up there in the Guildhall. Just get great crowds, great atmosphere. There's like a walkway around the whole of the top floor.
13.
Well, he's played that nicely to get the Reds into play. So Ian Burns down at 82 in the world rankings. But looking tonight to really give his season a big kickstart. He's not been, prior to this week, past the last 64 of any tournaments.
Ian Lewis has tweeted in, so if Dave Hendon doesn't know the answer to that quiz, it's not worth knowing.
Let's never mention it again then. Well, Burns got a good split, but he didn't pop the red, so Craigie 33 in front with another chance here to go 3-0 up and halfway to victory.
One.
Good son, Craig, isn't he? Looking confident, striking the ball nice, and good control of the cue ball. He's a quick player when he gets down on the shot, but as you see, just look around at a lot of different shots. He's up and down quite a bit. I'd like him just to make up his mind a little bit earlier. I know it's a big occasion and stuff like that, but I think he's generally, he sees the shot early, play it early. Don't confuse yourself by looking around too much.
6.
Just checking the scores. 39 points in the lead. 2 reds, 2 high value colours would be enough here, but I'd really like, yeah, 3 colours,
7.
3 reds.
It's interesting how his career developed, because his brother Stephen was also a very talented amateur player, and they actually had a table donated to them by the local police, because the police had an area where they played and they had to get rid of the table. So they knew the Craigie brothers were, you know, into their snooker and they were winning junior competitions, and they got the table from the police.
Nice story. I remember presenting them with the World Under 21 Championship in Donegal. We won it up there.
Yeah,
I mean, there's been a few players over the years who've had running with the law, but this was a different sort of story. So the Blue to lead by 53 with 51 on, and Sam Craigie has made a fine start. Ian Burns, as I say, he seemed to have done a lot of the hard work. He got the reds into play but missed one.
20.
Nearly lost his frame, Sam Craigie, didn't he, earlier? Definitely got out of jail. Sorry about that.
I knew that was a mistake to tell you that story. Anyway, he should be over the line. I think table 2 is interesting now. Anthony Hamilton has won the first, and he is at the table in the second. Very popular player, Anthony, with pretty much everyone. He's sort of done the years, hasn't he, on the circuit, over 30. And as I say, 39 in the world now. He's 51 years of age, but listen,
55.
Jimmy White's qualified at 60.
Yeah. I was having casting a little eye on this earlier. Matt Seld missed a bad red with the rest, trying to get on the black. Anthony Hamilton been at the table since.
56.
There's that long, free-flowing action from Anthony Hamilton. Look how far he brings the cue back.
63.
52 ahead. Still a couple more reds. High value colours, I'd say, to really sort of put paid to this frame. Would be a good start for him. Tough match to call this one really before the off.
64.
Yeah, we had Matt in the box actually earlier in the week before his previous match, and he was sort of quietly hopeful, which is all you can be. I was talking to him about the sort of the mood at the qualifying. It's quite sort of nervy all round. You see players and backstage, and they're all just sort of preparing for when they actually get ready to play, get the practice time sorted. Because I think they're all aware that this UK Championship, with the changes that have been made, is going to be pretty special. You want to be part of that. And there are players that, you know, they realistically they might not get in the Masters, which is the top 16, but this is, in its own right, a big occasion to be part of, which is more realistic to qualify for some of them. Anthony Hamilton has been 4 times in the last 16 of the UK, never further than that, which is maybe a slight surprise.
'66. Sorry, 67.
So at least by 56.
It's a good question. Stephen King posts on Twitter. How many top 16 do you think will win their first match at the UK Championship? There's some tough draws there, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, the answer is probably the majority, because you'd expect that, but not all of them.
No. I think there may be a few shocks. I'm going to go for 12. Which would be unusual to see 4 maybe seeds lose, but it wouldn't surprise me. I think this frame is one day. Where can we go next?
Well, we could just check in on Xiaogu Dong on table 3, because he's about to win that frame. We'll just show you maybe how he's going to do it. This is all one break, 82 so far. Against Andres Petrov, who, as we already know, has got a big audience watching in Estonia. But as we've already said, there's been a big audience today in China as well. We've got an all-Chinese match, actually, haven't we? Yan Bingtao against Zhou Yulong.
Yeah, it's going to be a cracker, isn't it? 2 players who played together and won the World Cup of snooker out in China when they were just, what was it, 16 and 15 years of age?
It was, well, Zhou was 17 and Yan was 15, yeah.
Wow.
They were the B team. I mean, it was, I think it was Ding and Liang Wenbo with the A team, but the B team won. So he's not a century, but a good 90, and that's an excellent frame to win. 2-1 to him. We could just go back maybe to table 2 just to show you how Anthony's going, because he's on for a century. The Sheriff of Pottingham. I think that was an Alan Hughes nickname. Alan was MC for many years, much loved character, and came up with a lot of these nicknames that have stuck.
Yeah, of course he is from Nottingham, isn't he? Anthony Hamilton. But this is a lovely break.
96.
Yeah, as I said, he's got well over 300 centuries in his career. He's always been a good scorer. I mean, back in the 90s, it was amazing. It was the landmark. It was 100 centuries in your career. Everybody got past the 100 centuries. It was deemed a very high score. Now it's, wow, 300,
104.
400. You're still well behind some of the bigger names.
It's interesting though, this is his 10th century of the season. Last season he only made 5. The season before that only made 3. So something has clicked. Maybe some of the health issues have thankfully receded into the background a bit.
$111.
Very nicely
Hamilton,
done.
111. And
Anthony Hamilton, break off 111,
Yeah.
and that is the 72nd century of these qualifiers in just 6 days. So the standard has been very high here. He leads 2-0 as we go, I guess, to table 4 to see Sam Craigie again, already 3-0 up and in the balls again
16.
here. So Sam Craigie making a really, really positive start to the evening. Looking to get through to play Xiao Gutong, sorry, Xiao Xintong, the defending champion.
17.
That launches the event on Saturday afternoon, 1 o'clock.
$24.
And just not hanging around, is he? Scoring very quickly. I think he's a sign of confidence. He's not sort of prevaricating unnecessarily over shots.
Yeah, I think he plays better when he does that. Sometimes he just look at quite a few different angles, but I think when he plays around a little over, I don't know what his average shot time is now, but if he played a little bit over the 22 or 3 seconds, around that I think would be more beneficial for him.
Yeah, so far tonight 21 seconds.
Yeah,
33.
it's pretty good. It's nice when you're 3-0 up and you're coasting. And he's playing really well. I mean, very impressed with his cue ball. Brush that red away.
40.
But he knew he was always going to be on this red into the left centre. He can play on the blue here. He doesn't have to get topside the blue. He can play on the slow side and then go down for the red and balk after the blue.
Dream start, you've got to say. You hope you're going to start a match. You've only been going about 55
46
minutes, and he's already a long way towards a 4-0 lead. Craigie 47 in the world, but the world number 47 now is a much better player than they were maybe 30 years ago. We've seen players sort of break through from the middle ranks and go deep in tournaments. And it's worth saying again, this is a big money event, so a good run in the UK Championship is not like a good run in a sort of standard ranking event. Your ranking really can rocket up.
Should have been going into that pink or the right hand side of the pink and playing it with a lot of pace, trying to be too sort of crafty, and it's gone wrong. see what's happening over on table 1, Dave, because I think Ali Carter is in there.
Yeah, we can do. Let's have a little look. We want to show you a flavour of everything that's going on. Yeah, Carter involved in a
35.
high quality contest here, 2-1 down, but with a chance to go to the interval level.
It's a nice little shot, wasn't it? To just hold the pink spot there, so it wouldn't be
41.
impeding him for this red here. He's got this frame at his mercy now.
42.
I always thought this was going to be a closely contested match. Certainly proved to be. This may be one of your 6-5s, I think, Dave.
I will not be satisfied until we get one.
49.
We had a couple of exciting black ball games yesterday as well, didn't we? But the 6-5, of course, Matthew Stevens was the only one. We expected a few more.
Yeah, and that wasn't twitchy either. That was all breaks. So we won a right twitch fest. Get our full money's worth.
I mean, even today, there's a couple of matches, well, score lines. We were very surprised with the 2 6-0s. Joe Perry against Graham Dodd, and of course Dave Gilbert against Mark King. 2 very surprising score lines. But that's the way it can happen sometimes, isn't it? You know, some of the players, they get on a roll very early, just like we're seeing with Sam Craigie tonight, and just gets on a roll. The other
58.
guy just can't get out of the blocks. As the match goes on, it just gets more tougher and tougher.
$65. 66.
Chance for a century then for Ali Carter here. He's made 8 so far this season. And this should just send him to the interval feeling good about
73.
things, because Liam Highfield was looking very confident when this match began.
$74.
Needs to come past this red.
81.
Players love to make centuries. I mean, 81 most people would be happy with, but Ali Carter won't be satisfied unless he pots this. Yeah, it's just stayed out. You see the little look on his face, but the main thing is he's won the frame, and it is
19
2-2.
minutes.
I think table 2
19 minutes.
could be the beginnings of a nice break here from Matt Seltz, former Indian Open champion. There are certain players at tournaments you don't sort of see or hear from, and there are certain ones you do, and I would say Matt Seltz will be in the latter category. You tend to always see him about the place.
25.
Yeah, but you normally hear him first before you see him, Dave. You won't mind me saying that.
Yeah, he's looking again to just get his season really on track, because he's been in one last 64 so far in Belfast. That's kind of it for this campaign, but you know, one good week can really turn your fortunes around. 26 in the world rankings. He's been as high as 20.
$33.
Yeah, lost in the final, didn't he, out in Turkey? Judd Trump last season. Won that Indian Open, of course, a few seasons ago. Loves his golf. Selt.
36.
Very low handicap. I don't know where it's 2 or 3 at the moment. But golfing partner of Stephen Hendry and John Terry. Oh, we see Instagram posts from them on the golf course somewhere. Tough match player, isn't he? Very tough match player he is. Although he hasn't had the best of starts this season, as you said, he's trying to kick off something this season, try and get going. Just become a father for the 2nd time recently as well. Sam Craigie in again. Looks like 4-0 there. That's a very quick start from Sam Craigie.
Yeah, maybe we should just quickly jump to table 4 just to show you that, because Craigie, the sort of performance of the night so far. Here we go, 56 in front, so not quite over the line yet in this frame. But it's only been going an hour, that match.
Shot. Oh, good shot. Very, very good. Nice kiss on the red. Where's the cue ball? Let me see. Get out of the way, Sam.
Oh.
It's fine, actually. I mean, he just needs the red.
Good pot, that wasn't it, on the green. Bit of pressure on it. Knowing full well he was going to leave his opponent in, but this is a very competent performance so far from Sam Craigie.
Yeah, he's really gone on the attack, and as I say, in very little time he's going to be within a couple of frames of a meeting with Zhao Xingtong, the defending champion. So this frame's over. I think, though, we should get to table 3, because there's a big moment in that match between Zhao Guodong and Andres Petrov. Zhao Guodong 14 in front, 2-1 up, 14 in front, looking to go 3-1 at the interval. Petrov was 41-0 up at one point, lost his way.
Good comeback as well from after losing the opening frame. Zhao Guodong, 22 points in the lead, just
63.
red and pink. Quick glance at the score.
$64.
Of course, plays up in the Cazoo Academy here, based in Sheffield. Zhao Guodong.
So Andres Petrov made a good start. He won the first frame and had a chance to win this one early on. As I say, broke down on 41. It's going to be 3-1 down at the interval.
72.
Craigie 4-0, he's confirmed. We saw that earlier. We know it's 2-2 Ali Carter and Liam Highfield, so there's actually only one match after this frame here still going, and that's Selt and Hamilton. We could go back over to Matt Selt because he's still at the table on table 2. Here we go. We'll enjoy this one for now while the others at the interval. Yeah, it's quite evenly matched, these two, aren't they, I think? Both with a lot of experience. Just looking to get some sort of foothold here by winning his first frame. Leads by 70 with 75 on. So this red and 66. Should be 2-1. Yeah, this is effectively frame ball for Matt Selt. And then it goes. It's been a good break, this. Just what he needed, really.
67.
Well, it's 3 snookers.
74.
Hamilton needs. He may play on, but looking very much like Selt's frame if the break does end here. Oh, but it's not
75.
ended. What a shot that is from Matt Selt. Brilliant. Chance for a century then. Matt Selt has had 4 this season thus far. And it would be the 73rd that we've seen in the qualifiers. Still, Chow Yupeng's 144.
83.
He's at the top. And remember, the high break prize counts for the whole tournament. So if that's not beaten in York, then the £15,000 high break prize will be Chow Yupeng's. I suspect it probably will be beaten, but we'll see.
$90. 91.
So many players have produced quality snooker that will not be progressing. Several have been beaten already. These two, both of them have played well tonight. Only one can go through.
99.
Matt Selt joining the party with this lovely effort. Pink for the century. Possible 140 on.
105. 106. 113.
Made a 141 in the Championship League early season. As I say, he's made 4 centuries prior to this one. He always sounds confident, Matt Selt, but whether that's how he's feeling inside, you can never know. Some players are the opposite. They sound nervous and go out and play brilliantly, but he'll be pleased with this, I think. Beat Hamad Mir 6-1 in the last round, made 112 in that as well, so this is his 2nd century of this year's UK Championship.
$127.
Well, this is terrific. It's not the highest break, but it's been a terrifically made break, and Matt Selt exactly what he needed just to settle into the match. The black for a total clearance of 140. Well, that is superb.
140.
That really is excellent, and that really sets up the rest of the night nicely on this table. Table 2, Matt Selt trailing Anthony Hamilton by 2 frames to 1. This is actually the only match on at the moment, so we're going to have a little break from the action. Let's join Rob and Ken in the studio.
Thanks very much, Dave. The quality continues. The joint 2nd highest break so far, and that was number 73 as we edge towards the end of Judgment Day Part 2. Ken, superb break there from Matthew Selt, and he needed it.
Yeah, he did need it. Anthony Hamilton raced into a 2-0 lead. And, yeah, wonderful response from Matt Selt. I think that's one of the games that I know David Henry has gone mad to see it a 6-5 tonight. I think that could possibly go all the way. It's one of those really close matches between the two. It's very similar players. When they take the chances, they've been scoring quite well. And, yeah, I think they're good all-round players.
I also think that's got 6-5 written all over it. Before we move on to talk about Sam Craigie, who's had a blistering start against Ian Burns, Hamilton seems to have clicked back into gear. I mean, he's been around a long time. Lots of players said to me before he won the German, listen, he's the greatest player never to have won a ranking event. Everyone was delighted for him and possibly thought that was going to be the last hurrah. But in the last season or two, we've seen some great form from him. Pulled out, having qualified and come through Judgment Day at the Worlds because of his concerns over COVID and so on. And he had a good run. He beat Mark Williams, albeit Willow was recovering from COVID last year at the UK Champs. And he's had a whole hatful of centuries this season. I think Anthony's still playing well.
Yeah, he is playing well. I think that's a really good sign. I mean, you know, his centuries, I think, so far this season, he's had 10 or 11 now. He didn't make that many last season or the season before that. But I think over the last couple of seasons, you know, he's been making bigger breaks. And that's a really good sign that something has clicked, you know, in the scoring. Because if you're not scoring, if you're not making these type of breaks, frame-winning breaks, you know, you're going to struggle because the other guy is going to against you. So you're not going to get on a roll of matches. But if you know you're scoring and winning the frames in one visit, it's very, very, it's a great confidence booster. And you'll see the return of winning matches and consistently winning matches from it, you know.
Well, the Sheriff of Pottingham from Nottingham leads 2-1. I won't be using that nickname in full if he makes it through, but of course Matthew Selt has got that 140 on the board for 2-1. Let's talk about Sam Craigie against Ian Burns. They're off for a well-earned cup of tea. 4-0 for Sam Craigie, and he got out of the blocks so quickly. He teased us at flirting with a max. He's cueing well, but could he be cueing better?
Yeah, he's cueing very well now. I think he's played really well. I think I'm very impressed with his cue ball so far. I mean, I just picked out a couple of shots here. Easy reds, but have a look at where the cue ball is. He's always like away from the cushion. He's got a little, you know, nice angle on the black here. There's another one coming up. Now, this is where I didn't expect him to do this. He's blessed with cue power. He's got a lot of cue power in that cue, and you can see the disappointment. He just didn't utilize it as much as he should have. He thought he was going to get a better connection. The first shred, the impact on the first shred took all the pace out of cue ball, but he could have gone in there a little bit more aggressively. And it was a couple of times in the following frames as well that he could have gone into the pack a little bit more aggressively, just the way the top players do. Trump, Robertson, O'Sullivan, Higgins, all of those. He just didn't do it, and I think he has to be a little bit more aggressive because his cue ball, when he's in around the pink and black, is very, very good. I've been very impressed with it so far.
That is a great declaration of confidence from Ken. And is a little element of that, Ken, him not quite realising how good he is and sort of forcing himself to become more confident as the top 16 and the top 8 are so often.
I think sometimes players try and pick off reds, you know, and try and nitpick reds when sometimes when they have the angle on the black, there might be a couple of loose reds. They'll pick off the loose reds and then go in off the pack, off the last black. I'd like to see what some of the top players do, and I've been guilty of it myself. So I'm not talking that I do it all the time myself, but I've been guilty of it myself during my early parts of the career and during my career that I wasn't aggressive enough going into the pack. I'd like to see the likes of Sam get into the pack early, even when he's got loose reds open, get into the pack early, spread them, and try and kill the frame one visit.
Well, he's in a commanding position at 4-0. Ian Burns more than capable of mounting the comeback. I mean, we've talked a couple of times about Matthew Stevens being 4-0 up. Wu Yizha won 5 on the spin, and then Matthew won the decider to tee up a great match against Ronnie O'Sullivan, reigning world champion against 2003 UK champion. One of a number of block-busting last 32 matches, not first round, last 32, down to 2 tables as soon as we get to the Barbican. And the other interesting little subplot here, if Sam Craigie comes through this match, Ken, it was only just over a year ago that he beat Zhao Xiantong in the last qualifying round to get to the Worlds from 5-2 down in a decider. So Xiantong will be the favourite because he's the defending champion, but Craigie's got his number.
Yeah, he's beaten him already. In a qualifier, I wouldn't sort of relate it to, you know, the big stage that will be, you know, that he'd be playing Xiantong on should he get through this match. So it's a little different. And, of course, Xiantong, the defending champion as well, used to the Barbican, you know, the great success he had there last year. So different sort of setup, but, you know, as I said, Sam Craigie looking very, very good. He's scoring very, very well. And, you know, he could be quite a match for Xiantong should he get through. But let's not discount Ian Burns just yet. We've seen people come back before. You know, we won't count them out just yet. There still could be a little bit of snooker left in this match.
He will certainly hope so. Zhao Gudong and Andres Petrov. I mean, for Petrov, this is the match of his life. Took the first with a break of 51, but Gudong has shown his class with 62 and then back-to-back 90s. He's not out of it, though, Petrov. But this is great to have an Estonian on the map on the World Snooker Tour. And it is, without question, the biggest match of his career. He's never been in the last 32 of any event, let alone the UK champs.
Yeah, it's a big match for him, all right. And, you know, we've been getting a lot of tweets from Estonia as well. Lots of people watching it over there, which is fantastic. You know, he's doing great for snooker over there, that part of Europe. But listen, I was very impressed with his snooker knowledge, I must say. I mean, he's up against a tough player, seasoned campaigner in Gudong. But I was very impressed with his snooker knowledge, particularly in those first few frames, and particularly the first frame that he won on the colours. He had Gudong in all sorts of trouble and was very, very patient, knows the angles very, very well. So he's got a really good snooker brain. It's just the scoring part now that he has to just work on. But he, all round, like, he's a good long putter, you know, and he looks good. He looks confident walking around the table. It's always giving off good body signals. But he's got to, when he gets his chance, just got to brush up on his scoring a little bit better. But other parts of his game I've been very, very impressed with.
Well, Zhao Gudong leading 3-1. They will be back in action shortly. Two players who've already had their break. They've resumed at 2 apiece, Liam Highfield and Ali Carter. You can see it in the big screen just over to Ken's left there. This is a really, really interesting match. Lovely start by Liam with a 90. Carter responds with a 74. Highfield regains the lead with a 79. And Carter was disappointed not to get a century, but he restored parity with an 81. This is nip and tuck every step of the way, and it's high quality.
Yeah, and have a look at that
What about that?
He's just played a nice plant. Oh, he's dreadfully unlucky not to be on blue or a better colour. And anyway, he has the black, but that's going to be a tough shot. Now, this has been a high-quality match. Really high quality and tough for both players. This is a really tough match for both players here, but I've been very impressed with how both of them have played. And yeah, another possible 6-5 on the cards there.
Well, the fifth frame is underway between Carter and Highfield. The fourth hasn't finished between Hamilton and Selt. I wonder if that's the one that's going to go long and get a little bit edgy. Let's hand back to Dave Hendon as the last instalments of drama bubble beautifully to a conclusion here at Ponds Forge.
Thank you, Rob. Yeah, it's an interesting set of matches as you've outlined there. A couple quite one-sided and a couple really close. Not least this one, 2-2, back underway, Ali Carter and Liam Highfield. And the balls nicely spread around the table here, so hang on, way. That's one way to pot it. If it doesn't go in the first pocket, flies along the cushion, goes in another one. Liam Highfield just acknowledging the fluke. He played the cue ball back towards the bulk cushion. Obviously, it was very much mainly a safety shot, but it gives him a little bit of control of the table. He's going to play the brown as the pot, though. This is a massive shot because the reds are waiting. So big shot for Highfield. He knew it was in. He was on the walk. So Liam Highfield, in what's been a very open match, has his chance to go 3-2 up.
6.
Yeah, from Stoke-on-Trent, where been various well-known snooker players over the years. Dave Harrell, Jamie Cope would be a couple of them. But let's see how he got in here with the initial shot. Now he's playing, it's really a safety. He's getting the cue ball back to bulk, but the red wobbles, goes all the way along the cushion.
1.
And then he had the decision to make, do I take the brown on or not? He could have rolled up to it, but he took it on, he got it, and he's now looking to make good on this chance. And it's a good chance where the balls are.
12.
Yeah, it's been a very high standard. Liam Highfield 90 in frame 1, Carter 74, then Highfield 79, Carter 81. So there's been breaks 70 plus in all the frames so far. Needs a little cannon here. Not quite
18.
gone to plan. But he's recovered. Oh, well, he hasn't. I thought that was in, but it's just
18.
stayed on the lip. Now, that could be a massive moment. I thought he got that. See it again. Had a go at dropping, but it stayed on the lip. There's Ali Carter. No real reaction from him, but an immediate chance to get going. Like Doctor Who regenerating, Ken Doherty has turned into Rob Walker.
You've got far more knowledge and expertise with Ken, but hopefully I come armed with a small fraction of Ken's enthusiasm as we edge our way towards the end of Judgment Day Part 2. And Dave, I know you and Ken have alluded to this already, and so have many of the players. Not every single one of them has said they're a fan of this new development to the UK champs, but nearly all of them are. I think this has been brilliant. It's been a great showcase for players who don't often or don't always get their moment to shine, and they have over this last 2 days.
Definitely. I think it's been good. I think a lot of it depends on your general attitude. There are certain players, as there are in any walk of life, who will immediately look for negatives in any format. But, you know, the flat draw can catch players out because you can draw a top player in round one. Here, you know, it's the tiered system. You've got to win more matches, yes, but you're starting off against players of around your ranking, and from round 2 onwards, you're guaranteed prize money. So it's not that you have to win a match to win money, apart from in round 1. So, yeah, I think it's been successful. And as you say, this is the warm-up for the main event when we get to York. It's going to be very special, I think. Just 2 tables so we can concentrate on all the action. There's no outside tables. Everyone will have their chance on TV.
And if you think about it from the perspective of the players who've qualified, some of whom have come through 4 matches, they're guaranteed a 5-figure sum, catapulting themselves for those right down the bottom of the rankings. The difference of 10,000 ranking points is huge, and the difference of £10,000, if you're not in the English or the Scottish, that's a long, long wait until the early spring. It's a long, cold, expensive winter, and they might arrive thinking, well, I'm already on 10,000, I've had a great run, I've got nothing to lose, and I'm in the groove.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think there'll be a lot of them will be very dangerous actually getting there, and there's not too long to wait. It's not like there's a fortnight, it's just a couple of days, so they're going into it, you know, really match sharp, ready to rock and roll from Saturday afternoon. 1 o'clock it starts. The winner of this match plays Stuart Bingham, and Ali Carter looking obviously to take this chance because of how it came along with Liam Highfield. I mean, he got in with the fluke initially. He just lost ideal position, but still had a chance at the red that he missed, left it in the lip on the lip of the yellow pocket. And Carter, who's a very fierce competitor, will identify this psychologically as an important moment, I think, in this match. If he can win this frame from here, it's a real blow to Liam Highfield.
18.
Carter's already beaten Stuart Bingham this season en route to the semi-finals of the European Masters. That would be a great match, but equally it would be an intriguing contest if it's Liam Highfield who is to come through. But you're absolutely right, Dave. He's got a
23.
He's got an iron will to win, Ali Carter, and who could forget that great Masters final? It was just about our last massive event before lockdown kicked in January 2020. A great showdown between Bingham and Carter. I think they both got a standing ovation
24.
when they came back for the second session of that final. And there was some poetic justice to Carter's inclusion in the event, wasn't there? Bearing in mind, he's lost twice in World Championship finals to Ronnie O'Sullivan and had to share the 147 bonus with him in 2008. Ronnie pulls out of the Masters in January 2020. Carter enters and went home £100,000 richer for finishing runner-up. So I think he felt there was something poetic about that.
I'm sure Ronnie got a Christmas card from Ali for that. He may have got lost in the post. We don't know. We don't know.
31.
Anyway, he's very much knuckled down here, isn't he? As I say, this is a big visit. I think nobody intimidates Ali Carter, do they? You know, he's just one of the great competitors of our sport. which is great to see. He's very sort of driven, single-minded, and when he gets home, there are other things to do. Obviously, he's flying. He's a big passion of his. He's very much into his exercise as well.
$37.
Come through some quite serious health problems, of course.
$38.
Yeah, that maximum at the Crucible was interesting, 2008, and at that time he was yet to really become a top player, and there were fewer tournaments. It was pre-Barry Hearn.
44.
And, you know, he hadn't had that good a year. And I asked him about it years later, about the maximum, and he said, I came to the last black, and as I stood over it, I said to myself, this could change your whole life. Because, of course, the money then was massive. You had to share it, yes, but it was still big. Now, that's a lot of pressure. But he used that in a good way. He thought, this could change your life. And he potted it, got to the world final, and ever since then, of course, he's been a top player.
And it was less than a year after that he won his first ranking title, didn't he, in the Welsh Open final of 09?
Yeah, beat Joe Swale.
52.
Now won 4 ranking titles to date. Been close in a few others as well.
Joe Swale, the Outlaw. What a great character he's been for snooker over the years.
Well, that's another great nickname, the Outlaw, because you have to explain what it means. There was a film called The Outlaw Josie Wales, and Alan Hughes, your predecessor in the MC role, thought, hang on, Josie Wales, Joey Swale, it just about works. The Outlaw. How many of the nicknames, because obviously a lot of players have come along in your time, Rob, how many sort of nicknames have you inaugurated yourself, do you think?
53.
Not that many, actually, because who am I to change a nickname that already works? I think I've mentioned to someone already, it might have been an interview in a podcast I did recently, that Sean Murphy took me aside at my first event, which was the UK's in December 07, and said, look, they call me the Warrior. I can't remember whether it was the Warrior of Earthlingborough, or he said, look, I'm not really a fighting kind of guy, but I do quite like musicians, and I'm not too bad when I'm in the mood at making the balls disappear. So how about calling me the musician? I said, well, it's your walk-on and in your nickname. If you want to be the magician, then magician it is. I think he's the only one who's come up to me with a specific idea. Trump and I, neither Judd or I, can come up with anything better than ace in the pack. He's kind of got stuck
61.
with that now, I guess. The one nickname that I can take credit for, well, if you think it's half decent, it just rolls off the tongue, so it's quite a nice one to say. When I came on the scene, Neil Robertson was referred to as the Melbourne potting machine, and I kind of thought, well, there isn't really any alliteration to that, and we don't.
63.
What about alluding to the fact that he's an Australian? So I said to him, what do you think about the Thunder from Down Under? And he went, yep, that'll do. So that one has definitely stuck.
One of the good ones. Meanwhile, looks like Carter should be over the line. He's 46 in front. This red needs to disappear, and it
64.
has. And what's significant about the break, apart from the fact it's been really well controlled, is how he got in. Of course, Highfield having left that red in the jaws of the yellow pocket, and this has been a match of breaks, hasn't it? The lowest highest break, if that makes any sense, has been 74 so far up to this frame.
69.
So both players playing well. It's been a good open attacking game, just what we would like to watch.
$71.
Nip and tuck in every frame. A 90, a 74, a 79, an 81. And Carter starting
74.
after the mid-session, as he finished just before the break, although he didn't end up with a century. At 81, restoring parity. This is a cracking encounter. It's got a little bit stodgy.
78.
In the fifth between Sam Craigie and Ian Burns. Craigie 25 points up, but plenty of reds left on the table. It's pretty sticky in the fifth frame between Xiao Guodong and Petrov as well. And there's only 2 points separating Matt Selt and Anthony Hamilton over on table 2. Selt is at the table. Plenty of work left to do
89.
with reds close to the cushions.
Well, this has been a wonderful break, and he thoroughly punished the Liam Highfield error.
96 in the
96,
frame.
very
Ali
classy
Carter.
stuff, that. Really good points from Ali Carter. He leads by 3 frames to 2. Why don't we drop in on table 2, Matt Selt and Anthony Hamilton, because, of course, this is the only one that's not yet reached the interval, but it might not be too far away. It's 2-1 to Hamilton. Selt made that terrific 140 total clearance in frame 3, and he has a chance here to level up.
$26.
He was a quarter-finalist in 2015, Matt Selt, at the UK Championship.
27.
A lot of the British guys, of course, have grown up watching the UK as one of the majors, that fixed slot in sort of November, December, and, you know, as boys playing snooker, that's one of the tournaments they would have sort of pictured themselves playing in. So it's still, the format's changed here and there, but it's still a big, big deal to be part of that final stages.
$31.
So much prestige with the UK champs, but I think nearly everybody in favour of the revamped path through to the last 32. He's actually
32.
reminded me, he made a little moment of, well, not a little moment of history against Amiri when he played the first round. Was it 2 years ago when we were at Milton Keynes behind closed doors? 5 centuries. Was it? I can't remember if it was 5 centuries in succession. It was, well, but Amiri just didn't even get, I'm not even sure how many points Amiri amassed. It was an absolute thrashing.
Yeah, it was 5 in 6 frames. But then in the next round, Lu Ning had 4 in a row against him. So that was the well, the other side of the coin, shall we say. And that's what's changed his snooker, I think, over the years. You know, the players in the mid-rankings are capable of that now, whereas what they once just simply weren't.
Okay. 38.
Well, Joe Perry was saying earlier this afternoon, wasn't he? He said, look, you know, yes, I won the Welsh and it was my best title, flourishing into my late 40s, but he said I was pretty awful before that, and I haven't done much since until the excellent performance he put in this afternoon. But it just shows you, I mean, Perry's an unbelievable act. You know, he'd won the grand final before taking on the Welsh. He'd been a World Championship semi-finalist. I think he only lost by 2 frames to Ali Carter in 2008. It was an absolutely cracking semi-final. But there you've got a player who, by his own admission, feels like he's kind of going off the boil. But all of a sudden, he's still got the quality. He puts 1 or 2 wins together at the Welsh Open and ends up winning the whole title and beating a resurgent Judd Trump in the final. So it's none of them are that far away, are they? If it clicks and they get in the moment and in the groove, amazing things can happen.
Matthew Selt.
Yeah, that's right. It didn't quite happen for Selt there. It was a good effort to develop that red. It just didn't quite travel over the middle pocket, so he's had to play safe. 20 in front. These are always big moments, I think, before the interval, because obviously the 15 minutes is coming up. Players take stock of the position in the match at that point. Cue ball is okay. I mean, Anthony Hamilton really does go a long way back in this tournament. Of course, turned professional 1991. That was the first season snooker went open, so to still be going all these years later. When I say went open, what I mean is anyone basically who could afford to turn professional did. So they had hundreds of professionals playing long qualifying stretches in various parts of Britain. Just looking back at Anthony's first UK Championship 1991, in the very first qualifying round, He beat someone called Neil Figgins 6-1. Now, no disrespect to Neil, don't know the name, don't know what he's doing now, but that's where it all started for Anthony Hamilton.
And you know, last year's run to the last 16 was amazing for Hamilton. He made the last 16 in 1996, 1997, 1999, and then not again until last year. Beat Alan Taylor and beat Mark Williams. Do you remember that 6-5 match when poor old Willow was literally asleep because he was playing? It was an evening match and he was still really struggling to get over COVID. So Anthony beat him in a decider, then beat Ricky Walden 6-4 and succumbed to the eventual runner-up Luca Brecel 6-1. But he hadn't been in the last 16 at the UK champs for more than 20 years. And yeah, as I said to Ken, you know, when we were discussing Hamilton about 15-20 minutes ago in the studio, Hamilton just seems to have rediscovered something in the very latter stages of his career.
He's quietly doing well, isn't he? He's 39 in the world. He had been a lot lower than that. His tour card was under threat for a point, but I don't know, I just think he's just such a knowledgeable player, and if he starts scoring, then he is dangerous. The winner of this match will play Kyron Wilson. And of course, Hamilton and Wilson, they played one qualifying match where between them they made 6 centuries in a row. You know, it's quite an anonymous match really in some leisure centre somewhere, but yeah, 6 centuries in a row in a best of 9, incredible.
And of course they should have, unless my memory does me tricks, they should have played in the first round at the Crucible, shouldn't they? And then Anthony pulled out because he felt uncomfortable about the COVID situation. So Kyron Wilson had a bye through to the last 16. It was a strange situation for him, wasn't it?
The only bye we've ever seen, actually, in a Crucible event. But it was a very strange time. Got a bit tactical here, so why don't we try table 4, because Sam Craigie has made such a great start to the evening. As I say that, he's actually just missed. But he's 4-0 up. He was going well, 30 points in front here against Ian Burns. But anyway, he's in control for now. Ian Burns, well, he'll be delighted to see at least he's got some sort of chance here. He needs to get involved soon, though, clearly, if he is to threaten to make it to York. Of course, he's from Preston, the former host city of the UK Championship, the Guildhall there. Preston for years synonymous with this UK Championship, where Ronnie O'Sullivan won at the age of 17 in 1993. Really needs to win from here because he just needs for his own confidence, I think, to get something going. As I say, had that good win over Ricky Walden. It got a bit edgy, that match, towards the end, but he potted a really good blue and a really good pink to win it. 6-3.
He's done it the hard way, hasn't he, through to the last qualifying round. 6-3 Anton Kazakov, best break of 85. 6-4 Craig Steadman. He had 4 half centuries, and in that match against Ricky, a 91, a 60 and a 53. He's missed out on Judgment Day twice for the World Championship. Most recently to Mark King 2 years ago. That was at the English Institute of Sport behind closed doors, and Mark King won that one 10-6. But he's capable
70.
If he can take this chance. He needs to stop this Sam Craigie momentum.
Yeah, he didn't get ideal on that red, and although he's potted it, he lost position, so he's going to have to settle for the snooker. And another frame here in the balance. Why don't we jump across to table 3, because we want to check up on Zhao Guidong and Andres Petrov. 3-1 to Zhao Guidong. This frame also very close. Zhao with a chance, though, to extend his advantage. He lost the first frame, remember. One of those players who, you know, can beat anybody. He hasn't yet lifted a title, but of course if he qualifies he'll play a certain Judd Trump.
Thank you. 6.
Well, he holds his hand up. It's a nice kiss. It's on the brown. World number 34, so just outside that 32 bracket. Has been as high as 19.
Been in the last 16 twice at the UK Championship. 2017 he beat Noppon Siankam before losing to Martin Gould, and then 2 years ago he beat David Grace before losing to Jack Lazowski. And Dave mentioned he's got very close to winning big titles. Runner-up in Shanghai, that was 9 years ago though, and runner-up in the shootout 5 years ago.
18.
A few little signs of form this season. Last 16 in Northern Ireland, beat Ricky and Mink and Hussein Vafai, but was comprehensively beaten by the eventual champion Mark Allen. But he's a brilliant player at his best.
Yeah, he's got a certain elegance about the way he plays. We've had a tweet here from Halil. He says, greetings from sunny Croydon. I'm loving the coverage as ever on Judgment Day. We were talking about MCs earlier. Do we know what Alan Hughes is doing these days? He says, Rob, you keep raising the bar on introducing the players and have done a tremendous job as MC and pundit. Well, thank you for that. And Alan, actually, Neil Fold spoke to him the other day. It was his birthday. He's 88 now, but he's still following it all, and it seems to be in good fettle. So that's good to know. He did a fine job for many, many years. Great character, and many fond memories on the circuit of him. But yeah, I agree. Of course, Rob is one thing about Rob. You know, this enthusiasm is not put on. I can assure you, he's there every day at the Crucible, every session, welcoming the crowd in, and that's important. It's important to feel like you're part of something special. You're going to enjoy introducing Jimmy, aren't you, Rob, on Saturday night?
Ha! Saturday night, 7 o'clock, him against Ryan Day. Zhao just holding his hand up there for a rather fortuitous kiss. But yeah, introducing Jimmy will be an absolute privilege, and it will feel more special because of this revamped format, because Jimmy has earned it the hard way. It still would have been special if he'd made the last 32 having played in the back room at the Barbican, but because we've kind of added, or hopefully added, a little twist of razzmatazz here and there, yeah, it'd be very special. The most important thing for an MC to remember, and I remind myself this on numerous occasions, and when youngsters come up to me and say, oh, you know, what's that job all about? I say, well, your job is to make the players feel like the stars that they are. It's not about you, it's about the players. And the other thing that's important about that role, and I feel quite strongly about this, everyone has their favourites. That's the very essence of watching live sport. You want a certain team or a certain individual to win. But it's important to remind people, if they're coming to a packed session where 90% of the crowd want, for instance, just to use an example, Judd Trump to win, if he's playing a lesser profile opponent, it's important that everybody in the room knows why it's an important occasion for Judd's opponent as well as for the ace in the pack himself, because both players in the contest deserve a great reception and a great ovation. It's a privilege of a job to do.
4-1 to Zhao Guodong. Table 2 is very close. Anthony Hamilton with a chance to steal it for a 3-1 lead. So table 2, I think, should be our next destination. Here we are. So he's 12 behind, but everything is on here. He's got the colours not on their spots, but the pinks over the pocket, black freely available. So big moment this. This has been the slowest match so far and was looking like 2-2 for a while. But the Sheriff in for the kill here in frame 4. Oh, the green has fallen out of the pocket. No harm done.
And barring snookers, Ali Carter is about to turn a 3-2 lead into a 4-2 lead. Liam Highfield coming under some pressure on table 1.
Yeah, it's been a great match there. But this is a dramatic moment here On table 2 with Hamilton just looking to close this out. Little glance at the scores. Trying to work it all out. He's going to need blue and pink. So,
17.
as I say, these pre-interval frames often feel pretty important, and this one certainly does, the way he's won it. It's a bit of a steal. Anthony Hamilton leads Matt Selt 3-1 at the interval. Let's get to table 4 now, because Sam Craigie is in again here. 4-0 up already against Ian Burns. We saw a bit of this frame earlier. 9 points in front with a good chance. Oh, but that miss has come out of nowhere. He had the frame at his mercy there. That's a big shock, that miss. Well, we'll see. You know, we might be here a couple of hours from now looking back on that as a key moment. He's still in a strong position, but it just sort of came out of nowhere.
Ian Burns with another chance to settle here and get one on the board. Carter breaking off at the start of the 7th on table 1. He is indeed over the line in that previous frame, so 4-2 up. Ali Carter 2 frames away from a match against Stuart Bingham, but Liam Highfield has had breaks of 90 and 79 so far in this match and needs to get back to the table and halt the captain's momentum.
I wonder how many of these players have actually looked at the draw, which of course was made earlier on. Have they tried to ignore it? Don't want to be thinking about who they're going to be playing. I suppose these days it's quite hard to avoid finding things out. Ian Burns knows this is a must-win frame, and it's a chance that didn't look like it would come along. Sam Craigie was in a moment ago. Missed that penultimate red to the right corner.
Well. $15. $19.
Yeah, he's taken these nicely, I think. He needs the blue. Should be his first frame of the night. Of course, last night we saw Matthew Stevens lead 4-0 and ended up only winning 6-5. In fact, he was 5-4 down to Wu Yiza. So turnarounds can happen, and it tends to start with an unexpected twist, and that's what we saw in this frame. Craigie missing, Ian Burns stepping in, and Ian Burns reducing the gap to 4-1. He's still in trouble, but it could have been worse. I think table 1 could be worth a shout now, because this is a great match between Ali Carter and Liam Highfield. Is at the table, finding himself 4-2 down. But it's been a very open attacking game, this. I mean, the fact they've already played 6 frames tells you that.
16.
You'd never guess, would you, looking at Liam, that he's a fan of Oasis.
$17.
I love watching Liam Highfield, and he's not afraid to be his own man. It's great.
$24. $25.
We mentioned the determination Ali Carter has displayed on and off the table. Same can be said for Liam Highfield. It's in the past now, but You know, he had some difficult months and a concerning spell in hospital when he was battling Crohn's. He underplays, and I understand why. He underplays the strength of character he showed coming through that difficult
32.
time. Everybody is delighted to see him restored to full health, as they are to see Ali Carter back to full fitness as well. So these two have got huge reserves of mental determination to draw on, and they're providing a great match so far tonight.
Yeah, Liam Highfield is from the sort of generation that includes players like Judd Trump and Kyron Wilson, Jack Lazowski, Anthony McGill. He was born 1990, so he's around that kind of age where they all came together, threw together as juniors, and he was certainly very highly rated at that point. He's at 42 in the world, his highest 39, so he's yet to really make the breakthrough he's been looking for. He has played at the Crucible, been in a ranking quarter-final, but obviously his health issues haven't helped, clearly, in terms of progression. Oh, and that won't help either. And the sort of match that's been, that could be very costly, because we've just seen so many breaks in this match. He'll be fearing the counter-attack from Carter. He got back to his chair pretty quickly, didn't he? Disappointed to miss that. An unforced error. The only thing here is the black has just run towards the side cushions. It just sort of complicates things a little bit for Carter. Playing this one to the far corner. Yeah. Hang on, hang on, hang on. It's on. It hurt me. Yeah, good pot that. The captain, that's a solid nickname, isn't it? Because, you know, he's airline pilot. It kind of all makes sense. He doesn't need that much explaining.
Yeah, I think whoever came up with that one was on solid ground.
Well, he's played well, hasn't he? I mean, the breaks speak for themselves, and it's just been a very professional performance. As I say, I don't think Ali Carter sort of looks at coming to qualifying thinking it's all beneath him at all. It's another snooker match, and it's a means to an end, which is to get into that main draw and then be part of the final stages.
I just saw Rob Spencer half an hour or so ago. I went to quickly make a cup of tea, and he was just, I'm not betraying a confidence, he was just saying to me whilst we were waiting for the kettle to boil that Carter had specifically mentioned this feels more like it. That was his take on what the World Snooker Tour is trying to do by rejigging the format for this Cazoo UK Championship. He said it's better, it feels like you're playing in a proper event. It doesn't feel like you're being shoved in a sports hall in the middle of nowhere. He said this is much better, much more like it, and much appreciated.
Well, that's good to hear, isn't it? And we should mention Rob Spencer, the tournament director. Of course, the World Snooker Tour staff have had some very long days. Tatiana Wollaston, one of the referees here. All the backstage staff have worked very hard to get these qualifiers through to their conclusion. Many of them, of course, will be travelling on to York tomorrow for the final stages. Will Ali Carter be with them? Well, the way it's going, it seems likely now. This is the frame, isn't it? If he can win this one, obviously 5-2 speaks for itself, but the way he would have won it with Highfield just missing that black unexpectedly, just feels a big moment in the overall context of the match. Well, completely found the gap there. He was looking for a little cannon, so that's gone wrong.
80.
He's got that sort of half smile, half grimace. In fact, I would say it's probably mainly grimace on his face, because that could have ended things. So I suggest we drop in. We haven't seen
Ali
table
Carter,
3 for a while.
18.
Zhao Gudong and Andres Petrov. So let's go back there. 4-1 it is to Zhao Gudong, and he's in here early on in the next frame. Andres Petrov's first season on the tour. He's the European amateur champion. That's how he got on the tour. Got his 2-year card. First ever professional from Estonia. The Estonian ambassador to the UK came to the British Open, didn't he, to watch him play Mark Williams. It was a big occasion for the country. We've had a lot of tweets already from people in Estonia tonight watching. They'd love to see him, of course, press on and take on Judd Trump. But at the moment, experience is telling here with Zhao Gudong 4-1 up.
21.
Well, a little twist in the tail. Yeah, there's that grimace again. This time on the face of Zhao Gudong. Again, it just sort of was unexpected. So Andres Petrov then with a chance, and as I say, 4-1 down. This is where he really needs to step up. Just slightly lost his way there. He's not ideal on this ping.
He's been largely frozen out after taking that first frame. An excellent little settler of 51. Gudong's had a couple of 90s and a 62. There's pressure on this.
Well, I'm not sure there whether he played the pot. Where you look where the cue ball is. He actually tweeted in the interval, which is unusual, but he was talking about the kicks he was having, which he wanted the world to know. Now needs a good hiding place for the cue ball here. Not really got it. So it was just that first shot. He didn't really get on the pink as intended. Maybe we should head back to table 1 because Ali Carter is back in, and that's a chance to go 5-2 in front. So let's head back there. Here he is.
14.
Didn't get on a red did he from the blue initially, but he's a very clever tactical player. He's found a way back in.
15.
This would really, really hurt for Liam Highfield because he was in first before what could turn out to be that costly miss on 33.
$22. $23.
Yeah, this could still go wrong. Cue ball having to travel here to avoid all the baulk colours as well. He was looking for a slightly kinder kiss there, didn't get it.
28.
So this frame's still in the balance, and Liam Highfield, well, he'd be relieved because a couple of times it looked like he'd lost it.
Ali Carter, 28.
Now, where's this red? Well, he's got the thumbs up, as if to say to the snooker gods, thanks a lot. And unfortunately, he'll know from experience they don't care what he thinks, because they're a pretty fickle lot.
He was down on that shot very, very quickly, wasn't he?
I think he's still thinking about the black he missed earlier on. It was a, you know, he was flying at that point in the frame, but since then he's looked not happy at all. Carter just a bit cooler maybe at the moment.
Pink ball.
As he lines this pink up to lead by 20. So he'll need the last 2 reds as well. Well, he's had a look at it, doesn't like it. And this is, I guess, the percentage game if he's going to play safe.
Yeah.
Yellow ball.
Maybe you just can't see enough of the pink.
Ali Carter 1.
Liam Highfield just needs to keep his frustration under control here because he's not out of this match. I'm not saying it's easy, it must be really difficult to keep those emotions and keep those negative feelings at bay when your opponent's 2 up and you've not capitalised on an opportunity, but it's not over yet.
Well, it's now, this is a free ball. Well, actually, no, I think he may... Yeah, he's just coming to see if he can see the red on both sides here. It's not a free ball, and Ali Carter's looked at that as well, but he's going back. I think that's why Carter there didn't push the boat out. He knows that Highfield is feeling it a bit, and he wants to just keep the pressure on, turn the screw. Good sort of tactical way of playing the frame. So attempt number 2. This time it's the pink, so this is becoming a bit costly, and it's becoming a bit of an ordeal, isn't it? You can just see Highfield is just a little on edge here.
Can we check pink, please?
Tatiana Wollaston being helped by, I think, Deshislava Boshalova in the marker's seat.
Sure, yeah.
She's an example of a referee. She has, a lot of them have jobs and they take the time off that they have, the holidays and so on, to come and referee. So they, they're so committed to the sport that they're using their own time to do this important role. You have to respect that.
Sorry. Yeah, Ali. Yeah. Foul.
Pink again. So that's 16 points. Now this could be a free ball this time. No, but it's going back again. Well, it's getting costly because there's 30 in it now. Highfield's mood not improving.
Ali.
So mate, this is 4th attempt. Now he's hit it this time. Well, there is a chance at the red, and he walks back a little disconsolately to his seat. All started though when he missed that black earlier when he was in. And of course, all the foul points means that Carter, he can take a red and a blue, and he would Highfield would need a snooker. Well, he hasn't got the red. He'll be annoyed there because, momentum can swing and you can have more than one turning point. This wasn't easy, but you sort of felt that the way it had gone, he was bound to win the frame there. Let's see then, can Highfield do what Rob was suggesting and just cool it a bit? Because the frame's not over, and this is a chance for him.
One.
Didn't quite finish on blue to middle as intended. Doesn't have to play the pot here. It's 29 in it, so doesn't need a colour. But he's gone for broke. Willing that cue ball to run and run.
4.
Just to say, Selden Hamilton are back after their interval. That's of course 3-1 to Anthony Hamilton. It's still 4-1 Sam Craigie over Ian Burns, 4-1 Zhao Gudong over Andras Petrov. We're going to stay with this one for the minute though, because this is you feel this is a really vital frame.
Yeah, this is a huge frame for Highfield with the swings of momentum backwards and forwards. And that'll make him feel better.
Well, that's it. I wasn't sure he was going to play the pot there.
5.
That's a really good pot, and it's not finished great on top of the yellow, but it's a good sign he's taken that on. He can take brown or green here to keep this going. 25 behind, so plenty of points on, but it's a bit of a statement shot, that red. I don't think everyone would have taken that on. Put it this way, it was much tougher than the black he missed earlier on.
This would be a massive little counter clearance in terms of the psychology of the match if he can take this chance.
Yeah, and it's a sign of how the emotions can swing so sort of violently in a frame of snooker. I mean, he was in bits, wasn't he, a moment ago when he was snookered? He looked thoroughly fed up, but this chance has come along unexpectedly, and now this is a time to perhaps change the whole flavour of the evening for him, if
11.
he pots these. Oh no. Well,
Liam Highfield, 11.
the chance was there, wasn't it? It was in his hands, and he'll be so disappointed.
After that brilliant red, after really putting himself out on the limb for the red into the bottom left pocket, it was all there for him, and suddenly 4-3, there's a different dynamic to the match, and Carter would have been left ruining his missed opportunities in the frame. He can barely bring himself to look at the table.
Yeah, you just can't work it out, can you, this game? As I say, the emotions, it is a roller coaster. But yeah, the trick there, and it's not easy at all, but the trick is to remind yourself the frame isn't over yet. You know, he might be back at the table in a moment, and he needs to be ready if he is. This is a thinnish green, cue ball going away from the brown. To come all round the table. He's played this well, I think.
3.
If he gets past the blue, well, he has a shot at the brown, and of course he's 22 in front, so this is all he needs now with all those foul points earlier. This feels almost like the biggest shot of this match. This has certainly been, because we had all the breaks earlier, this has certainly been the most important frame, and if Carter pots this, then frankly it's hard to see him losing. Yeah, he's punched it in. Of course, he only needed the brown, so he didn't need to worry about position. So we've seen a big few moments there, haven't we? The missed green from Highfield, and Ali Carter leads by 26, so 2 snookers needed. I wonder if Highfield would even play on here. He must be really annoyed, having had the chance.
Well, as you said that, I watched him put his cue down, and I think, well, yeah,
12
that is absolutely it now.
Ali
I think
Carter.
he maybe step out of the arena for a couple of seconds. I didn't think he was going to miss that green, especially the lovely red that he potted. It looked for all the world as though he was going to take that chance and reduce the arrears to 4-3. Not the case.
Table 3, I think, for us. Andros Petrov trying to fight back, and in front here by 19, so 24 with the blue. Doesn't need the green. That's the key thing here. He pots this yellow.
26.
Then Jagudong needs a snooker. He won the first frame, has lost the next 4, but not over yet. He pots this yellow, in it goes.
28.
All new to him, of course, his first ever UK Championship. Ah, brilliant.
31.
He seems a very confident character. It's good to see a completely new face from a new country for snooker. Had some good results this week and fighting hard to stay in the tournament, get to the final stages. Judd Trump waiting at the Barbican.
Well, the manner in which he's come through the 3 matches so far give us an indication as to his character. 6-5 against Jamie O'Neill with a century and a 70-odd and a 60-odd. 6-5 Jackson Page with a 95, a 91 and a 51, and then Gary Wilson 6-4. former British Open runner-up. So he's come through 3 really tough matches. He's laying on the exhibition shots here.
Well, Judd Trump, watch out. I think you've got a bit of a rival for the old exhibition stuff. Brilliant stuff. He's clearly enjoying himself. Why not? Bit of work needed on that one. But anyway, he's pulled one back, so that match not over yet. 4-2. Let's go to table 4. Sam Craigie, Ian Burns. Ian Burns was 4-0 down, but he won the next. And look at this. He's 50 in front in frame 6. A couple of balls from making it 4-2. Craigie has started to miss a few. I've been keeping an eye on that, and he's missed the odd ball, which he wasn't missing earlier on. We saw it actually in frame 5. He missed a red unexpectedly. Burns did enough to get on the scoreboard, avert the whitewash.
A bit like Petrov, Burns has
28.
come in here with 3 victories to his name. And it's a rather different looking scenario at 4-2 to how things appeared as though they may pan out at the mid-session interval, when he could barely get a toe on the table, as it were. Craigie blasted out of the blocks with the 80, and then the 71st century of the qualifying campaign with a 104, and then that 52. But then, as you said, 1 or 2 misses crept in, and all of a sudden Ian Burns has halved his deficit. Quarter-finalist in the Welsh Open 4 years ago. He's out of the Scottish, lost to Hossein Vafai. He's out of the English, lost to Ding. So the significance of this run is absolutely huge in terms of his prize money and ranking points this side of Christmas. And he's not out of this yet.
44.
Yeah, he was 4-0, but 4-2. Burns hoping that Craigie is feeling the heat. Sam Craigie is going to leave the arena just to sort of compose himself. He's still in front, but shake of the head because he'd missed a few there. Table 2, they're back after the interval. Matt Selt and Anthony Hamilton. Let's have a look at the early stages of this next frame.
21.
Hamilton won a close one, didn't he, to lead 3-1. Of course, Selt, the only frame he won was with a 140. Just to say, myself and Ken earlier were asking for memorable UK Championship finals. We had a lot of tweets about various finals, but Faz has done a lot of work on this, because they have compiled a chart of essentially UK Championship finals, the 50+ and 70+ break rates, okay? And I'm not going to go into it too much because it's easier if you can see it. But basically what he's saying is, in terms of quality and in terms of the 50+ breaks in UK finals, the best one was 2016, Mark Selby, Ronnie O'Sullivan. I'm not checked the working out, but I'm sure it's all immaculately done. Thank you for that. A lot of effort's gone into that. That's Selt, though.
Matthew Selt, 21.
Not making a 50+ break there, just 21.
It's going back to the calculations of Faz. There was a phase, Dave, wasn't there, where either Selby or Ronnie were picking up almost all of the Triple Crown titles. It went that way for quite a while.
Yeah, you could pretty much rely on them to come good in, you know, for a period in one or the other in all those major finals, because they played each other. They played each other in all of them, actually. And Selby's the only player to beat Ronnie in all 3 finals in that particular series, UK Masters and World.
Is he the only one to come from behind to beat him? Certainly in the World Final. What, was he 10-4 or 10-6? It was a massive deficit because he was exhausted from the semi-final.
Yeah, I think it was 10-5, and he won the last 2 frames of that day, the first day, and then, you know, had a good night's sleep clearly, because he came back the next day, got stuck in. But yeah, it was, you know, really only Mark Selby could do that, I think. Ronnie's such a good front runner, but it's an incredible rivalry, and who knows, it may be renewed in York. Selby's got a tough one, hasn't he? Hossein Vafai, who beat him last year, but he is in the opposite half to Ronnie O'Sullivan, who starts out against Matthew Stevens.
I thought Selby looked like he had a bit of a spring in his step again at the Champion of Champions. I think he was 4 apiece with John Higgins and then finished that match really well, and he got a bad stroke of luck or misfortune when the black just bounced out of the pocket again, and then, you know, Judd Trump was was over the line, when perhaps the momentum was beginning to shift in that semi-final and head back towards Mark Selby. I think there are signs that Mark's feeling better about himself and about his game, and that would be good for the sport if he could recapture the kind of form that took him to, you know, the 2 UK titles, the four world crowns, and all those epic Masters finals. I think the last of his Masters wins came back in 2013, so it's a little while ago now.
Yeah, I've no doubt Selby will be back winning titles very soon. Who knows, it might be next week. This frame got a bit bogged down. Should we go back to table 1? Because that's turned into an interesting one. Carter, of course, winning that last frame the way he did. Liam Highfield now knows he's got to win the last 4, and the main thing is to put out of his mind that last frame, which is not easy, but he's in early here, which will help that. If he could make a nice break here, then suddenly the confidence maybe is up again.
$13. 14. 19.
How about this? He was born, I just checked his birthday, 1st of December 1990. He was born on, I was talking about the great UK finals earlier, and the one I picked was the 1990 final between Stephen Hendry and Steve Davis. He was born on the first day of that. Of course, in those days it was a 2-day final. So I don't know what that tells us exactly, but but there we are. It's a little link back to that match we were talking about earlier. Oh, he's played that well. Found the gap for the pink.
Couple of great finals at the Barbican. Mark Allen came back at Judd Trump so well in 2011, and it was just so exciting to be back in York, having had our temporary tenure in Telford. I thought that was a great final, and there was a wonderful atmosphere and a great spirit between the two very young players at the party afterwards. I remember Mark Allen's dad was wandering around, chest puffed out, proud as punch that his son had made such a good fist of the final. And was it 2014, Dave, when Trump was miles behind against O'Sullivan and came all the way back and forced a decider? That was a great final.
Yeah, a couple of people shouted that one out. 9-4 it was to Ronnie, and Judd came back and O'Sullivan won that decider. But yeah, there's been so many at the UK. I mean, of course, just a couple of years ago, Neil Robertson and Judd Trump until 1 in the morning. Real war of attrition.
34.
Rob's going to get ready for the interviews, which will be coming along shortly, so Ken will rejoin us in a moment as Liam Highfield looks to just get his confidence back in this match by pulling one back.
$39. 40. 46. 47.
So building a nice lead, 52 with this blue.
$52. 53.
Yeah, a little grimace there. Didn't want that kiss on the red. bit more difficult, this pink. Good shot.
$59. 60.
It's been a good match, this, isn't it? Very enjoyable. That's all you can do when you get your chance. You just got to take it, and he's taking it. Very nicely indeed
65.
here in my field.
66.
Yeah, there were a lot of breaks early on. The last frame was a real close one, and to his credit that he's won the frame like this, because it could easily have been 4-3. It was a bit of a test of temperament, but looks like
72.
he's passed it in flying colours here. He's on 98 career centuries, so could nudge up potentially to 99 here.
73.
Got a nice angle on the blue to go into these reds. Might play the double to keep the break going.
78.
Well, not to be, but that's what he needed, isn't it? A
Yeah,
big break to
Highfield
pull a frame back in
78
one
and
visit.
a frame.
78. Ali Carter's lead reduced to 5-3. Table 4. Sam Craigie 4-2 up. It was 4-0, but look at this for a scoring opportunity. He started to miss a few for whatever reason after the interval. Maybe just sort of broke his focus that 15 minutes, but he needs to refine it. Ian Burns has won the last two.
Good chance here though, isn't it? Already done 25. Plenty of reds in the open. Pretty impressed the way he's played, Sam Craig, and particularly, as I was saying,
32.
at this interval, just the control of the cue ball. Been really good. Could play for pink here, or he could stay with black if he wants. Pink might be a good choice because that would release the red just to the right of it.
Three. $39.
So, Craigie has ended up on a ball colour, but no problem. Because there's so many reds to go out here. 39 to the good already. Ooh, the green just drops. I thought he'd overcut that.
It's a bit of a wobble, wasn't it?
43.
Good position, mate. Play for the blue here. I think the red just above the pink pots as well. That may be his next choice. Perfect on the blue, he's got a nice angle. Yeah, the red just above the pink would be ideal. Getting close to the winning line of this frame. 48 ahead.
49.
50.
Well, this is what he needed because, as I say, okay, 4-0, looking good, but he just started to make the odd unexpected error. Maybe his concentration had gone, I don't know, but he knew he needed to get it back, and he has done here.
57.
This time, short of the blue, 57 head, so blue and one more red. But he's got plenty of room. Anywhere down this right-hand side here. I don't know if he's looking at that. Why can't he play this, the blue in and out of bulk with a little bit of right-hand side, just come down past the middle pocket. And he could reach either of these two shots. He's got a big margin there to anywhere. Just to the right of those two reds on the right hand side of the table. Unless he's obviously pretty confident in his mid-range pots, but I'd be playing this off the ball cushion. Well, it's amazing, isn't it? Everybody. Probably your favourite shot of his, this.
63.
Doesn't like maybe playing that blue with right hand side, but it's pretty straightforward. So he obviously likes this type of shot. Shot he feels confident on. .62 ahead, so this red for the frame. Good shot. Nicely played.
Yeah, really focused on that, and as at the snooker's required stage. Black to make absolutely sure. I wonder if we could possibly go to our quad screen. This is all 4 tables, just to show you exactly how things are sort of lying on every table, because we obviously want to keep you across all the action. Here we go, quad split we call it. So there you can see table 1 in the top left corner. Ali Carter 5-3 up on Liam Highfield. Highfield 34-0 up in the next. Next to that right hand window is Matt Selt and Anthony Hamilton. 3-1 to Hamilton. He needs snookers in the next frame, looking like 3-2. Bottom left is Zhao Guodong leading Andras Petrov 4-2. And as we know, Craigie is over the line there to lead 5-2 against Ian Burns. So why don't we drop in on table 3, which is Zhao Guodong, Andras Petrov. Petrov won the first frame, and he also won the most recent frame, frame 6. A strange power you have, isn't it, being able to just pick the table. It's good fun, this. And if you've enjoyed the coverage, I hope you have. We've been here all week with the qualifying coverage. It's something that's been tried out. Let World Snooker know if you've enjoyed it, because we'd love to be back. So you can tweet them at WeAreWST with any comments you may have.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it, I must say. I think it's a great, it's exciting, isn't it? And it's a great, as I said, it's a great sort of aperitif before the final stages of the UK Championship. It's a great, lovely build-up to it.
11.
Yeah, because you get to see how the players got through. So when they appear next week, you can say, oh yeah, I watched their match of the night and that got a bit twitchy, or they played really well, lots of breaks.
And there's lots of attention, there's lots of media attention, social media attention about it. People tuning in from all over the world. 20 million from China. I was watching Ding this afternoon, it's quite incredible. But we've had well over 1 million people join us on YouTube, the World Snooker YouTube page and Facebook page, so that's fantastic figures.
Yeah, long gone are the days when, you know, you basically had to wait for the next day's paper to find out what happened in the qualifiers, or looking at CFAX waiting for the page to refresh.
player saw his
6.
name where he won a match. You know, he tried to record CFAX. He says, "Do you know that you can't record CFAX?" I said, no. I tried to record it because he saw his name.
I remember Ken John D, the late journalist, a great friend of ours who was on tour many years. He used to have to ring CFAX with the scores, and one night at the Masters he left a bit early, asked me to look after it. So I wrote the number down, but either I wrote it down wrong or I got it wrong, because when I rang up, I think it was Fergal against Dave Harrold. It was quite a long match. I managed to wake a gentleman up in Middlesex who was, fair to say, not that interested in. In fact, it had gone 5-4.
Brilliant.
Times have moved on, I'm glad to say.
Yeah. Those are the days, eh? Bit of snooker left in this frame. He's got the wrong angle on the pink Joe Guidon.
One man who's watching in the car is Jamie Clark. Of course, he's qualified. And he just got his iPad. He's not driving, by the way. He just sat in the car. So he's going to play Mark Williams, of course, in the first round, fellow Welshman. So well done, Jamie, on your win yesterday. A little bit of a cagey exchange coming up, I think, here. Maybe we could go back to table 1, because I'm conscious that that one has been a really good match between Ali Carter and Liam Highfield. And Highfield we just saw very impressively win the last frame. Yeah, we'll be back in due course with table 3, but this, as I say, this match, I just feel it's coming to the ball a little bit now. Highfield lost a nasty 7th frame for him, but he won a very good 8th frame, so that suggests that he's just sort of put it out of his mind.
Really good chance to get another frame on the board here for
5.
Liam Highfield.
Six. $13. 14.
'Just while we watch Liam Highfield,
19.
Ken, we've had, well, they call themselves fearless, and they say, I'd like to get Ken's analysis of Jackson Page. Does he expect him to go big in the future? Because he's not in this event now, but we saw him at the Crucible. He beat Barry Hawkins, didn't he, in round 1?
Yeah, he had a really good run, didn't he, to the quarterfinals. Lost to his good old friend. Good old friend, Mark Williams. And I think he's good. Yeah, I really like Jackson Page. Really good player, scores well, plays. You know, he's learned so much, I think, over the last couple of years. He sort of struggled a little bit when he got on the circuit, but I think that run in the World Championship was really sort of, should give him a good platform to work on
27.
for this season. I haven't seen much of him this season, Al. I thought he'd start off the season, you know, very sharp and fast. He hasn't had a deep run, has he, in a tournament since the World Championship? So I'm expecting more from him to come, definitely.
Yeah, so I should have read to the end. Fearless is his handle, but he's actually Adam watching in Saudi Arabia. So
wow.
Good to have you with us.
Yeah, just making sure that
28.
52 ahead now. Probably put the black onto the right hand side cushion. Maybe, well, is the black potable? Maybe it is potable into the left middle. Is it rolled out? No, it's okay. Nice shot from Liam Highfield. So he's got another frame on the board.
35.
Now all of a sudden it's 5-4 and it's
36.
he's got himself right back in this match. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a spring in his step as well, which is good because, as I say, that 7th frame, you felt like that was kind of the hammer blow coming down, but he's responded well.
43.
putting the pressure on Alicata, who maybe thought the same thing when he won it
44.
to lead 5-2. The fifth frame between Hamilton and Sells has ended. Hamilton spent a long time trying to get the snookers, didn't get them, so it's 3-2. That one is going to take a bit of sorting out this evening, I think.
49.
Make a confident prediction it'll be the last to finish of the four.
You could have made that prediction at the beginning of the night as well.
50.
So this frame is done. I think maybe table 3 again. We left it earlier to come to this table actually. So table 3 is Zhao Guodong and Andrus Petrov, and this one in the balance. Zhao Guodong taking that red on. It's a bit awkward. Couple of reds tied up with the black. 12 points in it. It's a bit awkward, this one. I don't think you can get a snooker behind the black here, so. Too hard. I thought it was going to stay behind the green there. Now chance of a long pot here. Just Petrov. Let's stay still on this particular shot. Oh, beautiful shot. And has he got the angle on the pink? He might do, you know. What a shot he's played there. Nice angle on the pink. He can disturb these two reds. Needs a bit of power. Oh, a bit more power, and that would have been. He would have brought that red and black into play there.
7.
Still got this red into the left centre, but very difficult. Now look at this shot he's played here. I must say, I'm very impressed with his knowledge and some of the little shots that he's played. Let's have a look at the replay here. What a wonderful pot this is. Now just look at how still he stays, gets the action in the cue ball. That was wonderful. Now Dave, have a look at this little shot he's played here, Andrus Petrov. He's put Guodong in a lot of trouble. Now, it's a wonderful little snooker. Very clever shot. And while they're trying to sort out where the ball is, let's have a look at that replay if we can. Here we go. Now have a look at this delicate little shot. There's just about enough room past the black with the red, and I'll have to look at the stun on the cue ball. Beautiful shot, wasn't it? Yeah, he's got a very advanced sort of tactical game, I think. You know, coming from a country with not a lot of sort of snooker heritage. I think he's probably been a sort of student of the game in a way. Maybe watched a lot of snooker on TV, on YouTube, maybe. Maybe more snooker TV. But I do I mean, he's got his experience, but these clever little shots that he plays from somewhere, that one's gone wrong. It's just a miss. Yeah, he's got a really good snooker brain.
Undone some of the hard work there. The yellow, I suppose, is his hope here. Yeah, because Eurosport for a good 15 years have been showing all the World Snooker Tour events, and that goes to 60 countries, including Estonia. So there's a lot of people have, like in Britain, where the BBC brought and ITV brought snooker to the public. Eurosport have done the same across Europe, and now, of course, on Discovery Plus as well.
Yeah, done an amazing job and made the game so popular in Europe and in places like Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, where we had the tournament, of course. If he plays on the blue, brings the blue into play, can he get a snooker? He doesn't really need the blue in the play because he's 10 points in the lead, so really would like the blue to stay there. He only needs yellow, green and brown. Why doesn't he just roll up to the green? Just dead weight up to the green and try and get a snooker behind the green. What's his play here? He's got to just roll up behind the green. Surely dead weight. He's got plenty of room to do that.
Well, I'm conscious, Ken, that Sam Craigie has a chance to win his match on table 4, so I think we should get across there. He's 5-2 up, 3 points in front against Ian Burns with a chance. So let's get over and see if he can be the first winner this evening.
Awesome.
It's a great chance. He led 4-0. Ian Burns took advantage of a couple of errors that crept into Craigie's game after the interval. He knew he had to get his focus back. He did do in that 7th frame, and now here in frame 8. Well, what a chance to get it well. And to take on the defending champion, Zhao Tong, at 1 o'clock on Saturday afternoon.
Yeah. Yeah, wonderful.
46.
To start out against the defending champion as well. But he's got a bit to do here. 10 points in the lead.
47.
Red, just behind the black, would be the pivotal ball. Example of his cue action, just how easy he could hit that. He screwed the ball back to the red.
Yeah,
I just wonder, can he drop behind it? It looks like a bit more of an angle that he wished for. He may just pot this and play a snooker. I don't know what he can drop right. Really got to dig into the cue ball here. He's okay. Could get enough reaction on the cue ball. This is the big one. This is the big shot. If this goes in, well, we'll be playing Zhao Gudong on Saturday. He's composing himself. Doesn't have to do much work with the cue ball. It'll be 27 ahead with the red, with 27 remaining. Very good. Excellent stuff from Sam Craigie.
Yes, I know he beat Ken last year, beat Ding as well, before losing in the last 32 to Peter Lyons. Of course, the format has slightly changed. He certainly earned his place if he pots this black. So he's going to provide the first round opposition for the defending UK champion, Zhao Tong, on Saturday afternoon. Not too long for him to wait for that. An interesting one, that, because we've seen different tournament, but at the Crucible, sometimes the defending champion on day 1 can be a bit vulnerable as they come back and experience that atmosphere again after a year with all the expectation and the pressure on them. Sam Craigie goes into that match with Shazingtong, I think, playing well. Capable of causing an upset. We'll see.
39.
Main thing is he's given himself every chance to have a good week in York by just getting through this qualifying, Maya, which is no mean feat.
Sam Craigie, 79. Time and match.
So there's the concession. A good win that for Sam Craigie over Ian Burns. Just to say, he played Shazingtong in the World Qualifying 2021, beat him 10-9 in the final round. So maybe that match will be fresh in the memory for both of them. We'll hear from him in due course with Rob.
I thought he played very well today. He started off tonight, started off very strongly, didn't he? Of course, he did have a chance of a maximum at one stage.
Table 3, let's get back to, because we left that for this, and they're still on the yellow there. Just 2 points in it. As I say, we'll hear from Sam shortly.
This for a snooker. It's not easy. This is, he's going to play it off maybe 3 cushions here to try and hit it. Oh, it's gone off 2. Oh, great shot. I'm not quite sure where he played it off that cushion beside the middle pocket, but what a wonderful shot. Just glanced the yellow there. Well played.
To avoid the green ideally, but it's okay. 2 points in it. What a big frame. 5-2 or 4-3.
Try and get the cue ball. Well, I thought he might go the other side, try and get that cue ball beyond the brown. Oh, this has gone wrong. I think he may have left this if it bounces. Was it bounced? Yeah. Poor shot. What sort of an angle has he got on the green here? Can he get close to?
Oh, well, he's held his hand up twice. That's how big it was. But anyway, we're down to the brown now. This is still a frame in the balance. Yeah, there's still a bit in this frame, I think, because the blue also safe-ish.
Have a long fight.
So I think we're ready to speak to Sam Craigie. Rob Walker is waiting in the studio.
Yes, thanks very much, Dave. A comprehensive win in the end. Brilliant start. You were blistering. Thought you were gonna treat us to a max.
I know, yeah, I was disappointed not to make that. I just underhit the pack when I screwed into them. But I'll get over it.
And then you followed it up with a great century, 4-0 at the mid-session interval. Tiny bit higher with the microphone, thanks. 4-0 at the mid-session interval. And then he just started to claw his way back in, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, I'd done the same in my first match. There's something about the interval that doesn't like me. Just started missing a few, and then you got yourself back into the match. And I made a good visit to get to 5, and that was like the decider, I think.
And you've got history, and you've got previous at coming through Judgment Day. Was that in the back of your mind, the fact that you'd won a decider to qualify for the Crucible a couple of years ago?
Not really, no. I've won a few deciders recently. I'm just glad that it wasn't a decider, because every single match I play goes on for hours, and like, you have to scrape us off the table, so it's nice to get an easy win.
And what about now? You've got an opportunity to take on the reigning defending champion, 1 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, the man you beat in a decider to make it through to the Crucible. So different type of stage, different type of match, but you know you can beat him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm playing pretty well, so hopefully it's a similar game to the one in the Worlds, because like there was just loads of breaks and it was good fun. So hopefully it's a repeat of that.
And how much of a fan are you of this new rejigged format? Do you think it's going to feel more special, having worked so hard to come through matches to get to the Barbican, but when you arrive, you're already onto the two-table setup, big crowds, front and centre, should be a great showpiece?
It will probably feel more special. Obviously, I played there last year, and like it was special enough playing Ding and like on one of the main tables. So yeah, I'll just look forward to it. Yeah.
It'll be a great atmosphere. Very, very well done. You have survived another Judgment Day. We will see you at the Barbican, 1 o'clock, taking on the defending champion. Sam Craigie has made it through once more, Dave.
Yes, well done to Sam. We're back here on table 3, and it looks like table 1's going to a decider, Carter Highfield, so we'll be there for that. But we're going to see the end of this frame first, because we've been with it quite a bit. And they're on the blue, Zhao Guodong leading Andres Petrov by 11 points.
Yeah, but it's a blue ball game, isn't it? I mean, look at the proximity of the black to the bottom right corner pocket. Oh, this is a very negative shot. This could roll off. That's a terrible shot. Very negative. Because even if he does get the blue safe, you know, he could be playing. He could be in trouble for his next shot now. What can he do here? Is he going to try and screw this all the way out for the pink? Watch the cue ball. Ooh, great effort. Very, very good effort. Now what can he do here? Pink just screw across with the cue ball. It's a good angle. Oh, wow. That was a wonderful chance to cut the deficit to just 1. I fancied him for that. I didn't see him missing it. He played a really good blue. Now, bit of pressure on this for Guodong. This is not a certainty. For a 5-2 lead. Only pink required. Well played. Stayed down on ice. You can see a little puff of the cheeks there from Zhao Guodong. What a frame, Dave.
Yeah, let's get to table 1, because they're just starting the decider between Ali Carter and Liam Highfield. Yeah, it was a big moment, that, wasn't it? Petrov was on the black as well. But Zhao Guodong, you don't see a lot of emotion from him, but he was very happy. But anyway, we're going to now enjoy this decider, because Liam Highfield lost a horrible frame for him to go 5-2 down, and you really did think, okay, surely Ali Carter's going to win. But Highfield has been very positive since. He's played well. He's gone for his shots, gone on the attack. It's worked. It's 5-all. And I told you, Ken, we'd have a decided in 9. Here we are.
You did. At least one. You've got your wish. And what a comeback here from Liam Highfield. He's got a half chance here with this red. Oh, great shot.
1.
That is wonderful. And what a chance. He's got he's got 3 or 4 reds out in the open here. Ali Carter will be hoping that he gets another chance, but oh, hold on. Yeah, he's okay. Thought that cue ball was just going to creep behind the red.
4.
Yeah, wonderful chance here for Liam Highfield. He's played beautifully in these last 3 frames.
Yeah, he's had breaks from 5-2 down. He's had breaks of 78, 50 and 54. So, you know, he's really
5.
gone for it. And, well, let's see. Of course, the pressure maybe transfers a bit. This is his first chance to win the match, but he's looking good.
I think that's a good point. You know, does the pressure transfer? You wouldn't have thought so from that opening red. I think, you know, if anything, he's going to be feeling really good, really confident. Bit short at pace. It was a bit of a nervy one, that. And could have been
12.
out a bit further for the red, just to the right of the black. But he may, just wondering, he might go up for blue here. He has to
13.
get top side the blue, and he has done. Now there are still 2 loose reds available. Back down for the black here, and that red just below the pack is in an ideal place because
18.
one, if he pots it, he'll release the red to the left of it into the right corner,
90.
and also if he gets a nice angle, he could develop some other reds. So it's a perfect position here for Liam Highfield. Let's see what angle he gets on the red off this black. Okay, so he's got no angle
26.
to dislodge any more reds, but when he pots this red, the red just to the left of it is available.
27.
So this is the last of the loose red. So what way does he like going into the pack? Is it off the
34.
top cushion, or is he going to go low on the black or high on the black here? He's going high on the black,
35.
so he's got to play this lots of top spin, sort of arc the cue ball into the pack. Just watch the cue ball here, but most importantly, make sure the black, lots of top spin here. Didn't get enough top spin, but he's got a beautiful split.
Yeah, now this next shot is
42.
big because he's opened the reds now. So, you know, if he slips up, they're all there for Ali Carter. Liam Highfield showing great purpose, great poise, needs to keep it going. It's been a very difficult
43.
season for him coming in. He hadn't earned a penny, you know, on the World Snooker Tour before this week. But that's another good pot on the red.
That was a beautiful pot. Have a look at this. Right in the heart of the pocket. Cued it lovely and nicely on the blue. Ali Carter will be fair in the worst. Oh, hold on. You're joking me. You
48.
are joking me. What a mistake. I mean, he's got so much room for error there. Look at, he's got at least maybe 18 inches of error. When you're dealing in millimeters, which we are on this 12x6, that's a huge error.
Yeah, he had the match in the palm of his hands. Gonna have to wait for another chance. If he gets another chance. 48 to the good, plenty still on.
Liam Highfield, 48.
Good break, but oh, he'd be kicking himself. He can't believe it, you know. It's the time that you've just got to keep that extra bit of concentration, you know. You've got to be so precise with your cue ball. Can't let it be drifting around the table. What does Ali Carter do here? Deep in concentration. Penny for your thoughts, Ali. Is he going to have a go? Is he going to play a safety shot? I mean, if he clips off the red on the left-hand side of red, he can bring the cue ball back up into the ball carrier. He doesn't have to take this red on. He took it on. Oh, he's pushed the boat out there. He didn't really have to do that, Ali Carter. I don't know why he felt he had to go for that red. Maybe thought that playing a safety shot he could leave it on as well, but I'm not 100% sure there. The fact that maybe, you know, he was 5-2 up and sort of maybe panicked a little bit, pushed the panic button a bit early. So another chance for Liam Highfield. It's okay, it's past the middle pocket.
One.
Now he's got the same, exactly the same shot as he played a couple of minutes ago, but that red that he crept behind is not there, so he should be okay for this red, just to the right of the black. If he gets this bounce right off the top cushion, Dave, I think it's curtains for Ali Carter. Let's see the bounce, and it looks pretty good.
Be relieved. I said, would he get another chance? It actually came immediately. So now it's just about keeping things as simple as you can, and this would be a great comeback. I mean, it's a great win over Ali Carter anyway, but from 5-2 down, especially so, especially the way he lost the 7th frame. Stuart Bingham is waiting in round 1 at York. If he can just carry on for about another minute here.
Yeah, I mean, to beat Ali Carter from 5-2 down is just a, well, he'll remember this for quite some time, you would feel.
Yeah, as I say, he's had a poor season. He's qualified for the English and Scottish Opens, but yet to sort of play in those events. Obviously, they qualify as the other tournaments. He didn't win a match in, so it's been a pretty dispiriting campaign, but he's found something this week. And he gets to experience the Barbican
15.
if he can just, well, pop this blue, I guess. Because that would put him 68 in front, 67 on.
Yeah, just a little cannon on the pink maybe here. Pink and red. Just to hold the cue ball, but just make sure the blue is all over. One more red will be enough. He's not there yet. He's 68 ahead. He's in a commanding position, but it's only one snooker. So maybe a little bit more snooker left in this frame. It's amazing. A little bit more pace on that.
Liam Highfield 20.
Be a bit more brave with the blue. Push the cue through the pink and it's all over. Ali Carter won't know what's hit him though. I mean, he's looked like he had one foot in the draw for Saturday, and now all of a sudden he needs a snooker to stay in the match.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, the way he went 5-2 up that 7th frame, it just looked like he was the only winner, but credit to Highfield, the way he really went on the attack after that, almost like he had nothing to lose. Going to be wearing, I would say, the most distinctive waistcoat in York. As long as he takes it with him, I'm sure he will.
He's got a possible pot here on this red, but you've got to watch the cue ball. Might be going up towards that yellow pocket. He hits it 210. It's okay.
It's that position where feels he should win, but it's only one snooker, and you know things can happen. Carter's very experienced tactically. If you get to the stage where he could clear maybe 4 of the reds away, take it down to the last red, it could get a bit sticky.
Oh, this cue ball looks good. It slows up. Ali trying to tell it to slow up there. Using a hand gesture. Well, yeah, it looked pretty good. It's a big target now, that green and brown, so Liam Highfield will be aware of that. Got to be careful he doesn't leave Ali a chance just to get some points on the board and an opportunity to lay some snookers. I feel he might take this red on actually. If he pots it, he's on the black, and I think this is maybe his best chance. No, it's gone. That could be it, I'm afraid.
Yeah, Liam Highfield will be really relieved and really delighted, and I think he should be proud the way he's come back here.
One.
It's some turnaround this. Got to the last 16 in York back in 2016. He's in the last 32 this year to take on Stuart Bingham. And when the match is done, of course, we'll grab a word with him with Rob. Been looking for something this season to really get himself going. And
Eighth frame
it's
in
surely
the match.
it's a great win. He was 5-2 down. He's beaten Ali Carter 6-5. Liam Highfield, you can see quite rightly, very happy. He's heading to York. Table 2 is in the balance. I think we can have a look at Matt Selt, Anthony Hamilton. Might have to send out for some midnight oil to be burnt later because it's only 3-2. This 6th frame in the balance, 9 points in it. With Hamilton holding the edge 3-2. Proper old scrap this.
Yeah. Of course. Just one ball required for Matt Selt. Good effort to try and hide the blue behind the pink, but maybe will he have a go at this blue? It's worth having a go. No. Good shot though. Played the cross double.
Comes to something else, doesn't it? We've had not even 6 frames here yet. They played 11 on table 1. Liam Highfield and Ali Carter, but this has been a different sort of snooker. Although Matt Selt got under 140 earlier on before the interval. Just to say, it's still 5-2 Zhao Guodong against Andres Petrov. Petrov ahead in the next frame. But we'll stay with this for now until we get Liam Highfield. So we'll just wait for this one shot.
Yeah.
Thin safety from Hamilton. Let's go to Robbie speaking to Liam Highfield.
What a performance by the comeback king. Liam, you showed great composure there because it looked for all the world as though Ali was going to get himself over the line. But from 5-2 down, that's a superb victory.
Yeah, I kind of loosened up and just went for my shots, and it will come off. It was one of them sort of, you don't give up, but you half just swing your arm at a few, and sometimes talent comes through and the natural just sort of flows.
Well, I was in commentary with Dave, and we were sort of saying to ourselves, "Come on, don't get too frustrated," because we could almost see you beginning to boil.
Been saying me that for 13 years, mate. You're not. You're not saying anything new.
But no, but it was, you could see that you were beginning to boil. But you know, when you got in, you took your chances. That was fantastic.
Yeah, just tried to get on with it. Just tried to play as if I was playing in practice, and yeah, that kind of got me over the line. You know, it gets edgy. You know, even 68 up there with 67 on. Ali's not. There's a few players who you wouldn't mind being in that position, but Ali's not one of them. He sort of graphs and he knows he knows snooker inside out, so you're not over the line there. But yeah, thankfully I just got over the line in the end.
And it feels as though perhaps your season's beginning to change, because you've had a couple of first-round exits, but you're still in the English, you're still in the Scottish, and now you're through to the last 32 of the UK champs with some useful ranking points and some useful money before Christmas.
Yeah, I had a bit of a break at the end of last season, and that didn't. Maybe the break went on a bit too long, you know. But yeah, I started practicing the last couple of months, long hours, and it's nice to see you get some reward for it, because there's nothing worse than just being in the club all day with, you know, no return.
And having come through this qualification process, you go into this match against Stuart Bingham with a little bit of momentum.
Yeah, definitely. A couple of matches under my belt here, not too tired, sort of played quick and not took anything out of myself. So I'm fit, I'm healthy, and yeah, ready to go.
We were having a little debate with ourselves in commentary. We weren't sure whether the players...
Got the worst Crohn's disease?
No, not about that. No, we were having a debate. We couldn't work out whether you guys in action tonight would have avoided looking at the draw, or whether you'd have had loads of text messages from your mates going, oh, it'll be, in your case, Stuart Bingham if you beat Ali. Did you know?
Yeah, I just asked.
Cool.
I aren't too fussy about draws these days. I've been on the tour long enough. I've played everyone, so it's just, yeah, another day at the office, I think.
Well, you've got to be in it to win it, and it looks like you're really turning your season round after, as you said, a slow start. Liam Highfield will be in action at the Barbican against Stuart Ball Run Bingham. Brilliant. Come back, King. Cheers, mate. Cheers, Liam.
Yeah, well done to Liam. Now, this is the situation on table 2, that the blue is down. It's been potted by Anthony Hamilton. So Matt Selt needs the pink. Hamilton needs pink and black. It's 3-2 in the match to Hamilton. And maybe we should start a sweep about what time this will finish, this match. It won't be any time soon, I don't think. Andres Petrov is coming back, I can tell you, looking like making it 5-3. We'll be over there shortly, but we'll see this frame out first.
Quite a good shot there, Matt Selt. Could take the pot on, but of course the cue ball will be going back up towards the balk. Now, you could play a couple of shots here. You could try and stun the cue ball in behind the black, or you could maybe play a slow shot, play the pink on the side rail and try and get that cue ball tight to the black just off the top cushion. I think that may be the shot, you know, because he's guaranteed to get the pink on the side cushion, but if he doesn't get the snooker, he'll be handing the advantage back to his opponent. So that's what he's contemplating here. What's he going to do? He could maybe play the pink back up into the balk area as well. Oh, this has gone wrong. Needs a bit of luck, and he hasn't got it. It's a terrible shot from Anthony Hamilton. He's very disappointed.
Yeah, so Selt just needs the pink, and it's a 3-3, and there's still a possible 5 frames to be played. Let's get across then to table 3, where Andres Petrov is close to making it 5-3. A snooker needed there by Zhao Guidong. Petrov just missed a red, which really would have put the frame away. So 68 in front, 67 on. Well, yeah, he's actually conceded. He's left that red on, so it is 5-3. Petrov pulling one back. Well, we saw Liam Highfield, didn't we, from 5-2 down, turn it round. Andres Petrov in his very first UK Championship, hoping to do the same. Just 2 matches left on now then, this one, and of course Selt and Hamilton 3-3. The last 2 places at the Barbican will be decided in the next however long it takes. So, if you weren't with us earlier, just to pick out some of the star matches from the draw. I was actually stood next to Jordan Brown in the studio because he just won, and he turned to me, he said, "I better get Mark Allen," and sure enough, out it came.
Yeah, I mean, we had a good laugh about that, didn't he? He goes, "Oh, well, it was bound to happen after, what is it, 4 years he's been on the tour, he's never played Mark Allen." They practice together almost every day. But yeah, that was, and of course then Joe Perry coming out of the draw against Neil Robertson, another two best mates as well. So yeah, interesting draws for all those 4 players.
One that stood out for me, actually, Mark Selby has saved Vafai because they played last year. Vafai played really well. He won 6-2. And, you know, that's just a match that obviously they're both going to remember very well when they play each other again. Judd Trump, of course, he's waiting for Zhao Guidong or Andres Petrov. Ronnie O'Sullivan against Matthew Stevens. And Jimmy White, we're wondering who would get. He thought he was going to get Jack Lazowski because he didn't realise it was an open draw. But he's actually playing Ryan Day on Saturday night. The atmosphere will be buzzing for that in the Barbican.
I think Jimmy will get a very warm reception at the Barbican for sure. You know, being ever so popular, former winner, of course. He's been playing in the UK Championship since what, the age of 18 years of age? 42 years. Wow, incredible.
Yeah, the point about that is that obviously Jimmy over the years has had various wildcards for events, but he's earned his place from round 1. I know he's got the invitational card, but he came into round 1 for this. He won 4 matches, so you can't argue with that. Qualified yesterday, of course, beating Dominic Dale 6-1. He'd beaten Steve Maguire as well. So yeah, there'll be an expectant crowd, I'm sure. I actually had a tweet from a couple of people earlier who've got tickets. Very excited at the prospect of seeing the whirlwind of London town, James Warren White, on Saturday night. But as for us here on this Thursday night, we've got 2 matches still in progress. So I think table 3 we'll stick with because Zhao Guidong is a frame away, Andres Petrov winning the most recent one.
Not a great effort there from Andres Petrov. He's left this red, and I'm sure Zhao Guidong will take this red on. And his top cushion. Is that red below the pink available into the right middle? Maybe it is. So he doesn't like this shot down the top cushion. It's a bit surprising. Likes this one though into the right centre. Well played. Nice opener. And it's a start you'd like, you know, to try and win the frame to get you into the next round. You've got 4 or 5 reds still available here before you even contemplate going into the pack. That sort of gets you up and running. The first few shots of a break are really important. The first 5 or 6 shots, you know, just to get your arm going, get yourself in position. And it sets you up, you know, for a one-frame visit. So yeah, always very important, these first few shots. And that's what I mean. You see, he's only played 4 shots and he's let the cue ball run already. Should have been a little bit more pinpoint. Okay, he's still on this red into the corner. The cue ball is travelling a bit more than he would have liked. He's played that nicely.
11.
How's it this time?
14.
good by the looks of things. I mean, once again, he's playing for 2 reds there. The red right of the pink and then the red just right of the pack. Both of them are open. But he's overhit it by quite some margin. Bit of adrenaline. Goudon.
Yes, he just wants the match done, but of course he's got to get over the line to do that. That was a chance, didn't make too many from it. Hopefully Petrov's run can obviously inspire people in his own country and in neighbouring countries to look to snooker. I think it's important to have that representation. We've seen it with Luca Purcell. He's now been joined by 2 more Belgian professionals, Ben Mertens and Julian Leclerc, but of course he's been sort of flying the flag, Luca, really for the last decade, and clearly inspired them to come through. And obviously Ding, what he started in China continues.
Good chance here for Goudon to knock this red in, just go through the gap of the red and the black. I think he's going to leave it. He has left it. What a chance now. Andres Petrov. He's so disappointed, Goudon. You know, normally his cue ball is pretty good. It was a wonderful chance he had at the beginning of this frame. That's not a great shot either. Cue ball. Not in the desired position here. Okay, he's got the blue into the left corner, but wanted to be playing it into the left middle.
Well, as I say, we've seen one come up from 5-2 down. Andres Petrov would love to make one of his own here.
6.
He's impressed a lot of people already this week from the reaction to the victories he's had. He's qualified for the English Open,
7.
so he's going to be in the last 64 for that. Scottish Open match, I think, has been held over. He's playing one of the top players there. Yeah, he's playing Mark Williams, actually.
12.
So, well, that's a repeat of that British Open match. See, that's the thing with the flat draw, isn't it? You know, that's the difference with this event. It's tiered. The flat draw you can be thrown in round 1 against, in this case, a 3-times world champion.
Eighteen. Nine. $24. respect of 24.
So, early throws, but another opportunity for Zhao to shut the door on this one.
Seven. 8.
Yeah, it's a really good opportunity, isn't it? I mean, he'd be disappointed with the early sort of chance that he got in this frame. Still a little bit of nerves, and it's understandable, you know, it's a big match. It's almost, you know, this setup,
15.
Dave, it's almost like, okay, it's not as big as the World Championship, but it has that sort of feeling to it, doesn't it? You know, because the players know they're going to be
16.
playing in something, you know, a lot better than recent years at the UK Championship. You know, it's going to have a more special sort of feel to it, you know, and it's sort of it's made, I think, the qualifiers here a little bit more intense, more pressure on them. What do you think?
Totally. I think, you know, any event that has an elite field, and this is only going to be 32 at the venue, you know, it's an achievement to get there. So it's a feather in the cap to get there, plus all the history of the tournament and all the big coverage it's going to get on the various TV channels. Yeah, it is big, and Zhao Guodong has given himself every chance here to put himself through to play Judd Trump in the first round proper.
Play a delicate little cannon here while potting this red.
24.
Oh, it's not perfect. Shake of the head. He doesn't like the pink into the middle, but he likes this blue up into the yellow pocket, screwing back for the red just below the pink. Good shot. Oh, we'll feel better about that. That could be the shot that puts him into the next round. And a
29.
place against Judd Trump. The last 32. That'll make him feel good, that blue.
30.
A resident here in Sheffield himself. Only lives 5 minutes from here. Plays in Things Academy.
37.
He sort of moulded himself into a really sort of tough match player, hasn't he, over the last couple of years? Guodong.
Yeah, I guess the question is, can he go to that next level and start winning tournaments? He's been close to a couple. There's always a player you fancy can cause an upset. I mean, Trump will be favourite there, assuming he comes through here, but not a certainty by any means. So this puts him 35 in front. He'll need another red. What a run Andras Petros has had in his first UK Championship.
Yeah, he's done really well. Been very impressed with him, Petrov.
45.
He may have come off a little bit short here, but not just yet. 35 in front Guodong. Still 43 remain. I mean, this red, there's no certainty whether he goes for it or not. He may not even go for this one. Oh, he may have wished he went for it now. Well, I can't believe he hasn't gone for it, because he's got the red on the right hand side cushion here. I mean, if he misses the red, it could go safe. That's a big mistake. Big mistake.
Yeah, because he was looking at the scoreboard and it was like he was going to take the pot on, having worked out the maths of it. So not quite over the line. Still 3-3, Matt Selt, Anthony Hamilton. Selt in front in the next. It's the only other one left on, of course. It's been a very interesting week here. I've been here since Monday. And, of course, Judgment Day over the last 2 days. We've seen a lot of interest in snooker. High standard. Jimmy White qualifying, I think it's probably the highlight, isn't it? Just to see the love that people have for Jimmy shining through when he got through. But good luck to all the players at the Barbican. It's going to be a fascinating 9 days. It's a great tournament, the UK Championship, and you just feel this year it's sort of been restored to former glories.
Yeah. Yeah, what can Andres Petrov? This is by no means easy if he takes this red on. It's just off straight, I feel. His last chance, is it? Oh, great effort. He's got away with it, but what a wonderful effort.
Yeah, if he's going to go down, he's going to go down swinging, clearly. And that's really how he's been all week. Entertained thoroughly.
For the double.
Again, he could take this on. It's what he needs to get to snooker's required. No.
No, he's been very conservative, hasn't he? I mean, that red he had just past the left middle up into the yellow pocket. You feel, you know, sometimes you just got to take those on. He played a safety shot and still left the red on into the middle. Oh. He's played 1 or 2 loose shots here now. Has he got away with this one? I think he has. Once again, you can tell by the walk of Gudong. I don't think this is potable. Well, hold on. Is it? Or is he just putting it on the side cushion? Maybe it is potable. Hard to say from this angle. It was potable. Oh, it was potable.
Andres Petrov hanging on here. It's gone 4-3 Matt Selt over Anthony Hamilton in the last match. The winner of Selt Hamilton plays Karen Wilson in York. Well, is there going to be a late twist here? He's got the red.
It's got pot, wasn't it? He has it all to do. 34 behind. David, it might be the best opportunity here. He could play the black in such a way where could even bring the red into play. I mean, it's a difficult shot on the black, but I don't see how he can get close to this red off any other colour. The pink is not a great angle. The black, it's not that difficult. He's going to have a look at it. I think the black is a shot. I mean, he likes to go for his shots. He doesn't hold back, but he could play this in such a way. You could either drop behind the red or try and dislodge the red. Oh, he's unlucky. Good pot. Tried to just come off the cushion, kiss the red, just missed it. But at least he potted the black, so it gives him a little bit of leeway. 27 behind now. Now, get this red safe and cue ball behind the black. Position of the balls here. If he doesn't get out of this snooker, or if he gets out, he could possibly leave the red, and then even with a 27 deficit, he could be favourite. So let's see. Hit and hope here. Hoping for a bit of luck. How's your luck? He's okay. But once again, could be in another snooker here.
Well, I wonder if now he wishes he'd taken a couple of those reds on when he had the chance. I know he did eventually, but he had chances before that, didn't he?
I just think in this day and age, you know, the way the game is played, the modern game is that they go for the shots, and sometimes you don't go for them. You may not get another good chance. And saying that was a big mistake. He's knocked the black safe, which is no good. He's given Gudong a chance of a pot. Yeah, I mean, if he was playing another player, he might have lost his frame already, you know. He's got another half chance here, right in the corner. Good pot. A relieved Zhao Gudong.
Yeah, barring snookers, he's going to be playing Judd Trump at the Barbican. What we've seen this week is that it's an achievement to qualify. You know, the standard here is very high. It's the highest it's ever been down the ranks, through the ranks. So the 16 qualifiers can all be very proud. Now they've got the small matter of taking on the world's top 16, of course, in York. But they go there with a lot of good matches under their belt, good match practice, and all the confidence that comes from qualifying for this great UK Championship. The blue is not in, so it's one snooker, not quite done yet.
It's amazing. He's really putting himself through the ringer here. Gudong. It wasn't that difficult, that blue. And I tell you what, he could get the cue ball right behind the blue here, off the yellow. Shot, very good. It's amazing how things can turn around. It's not. We may have enough round to the right of the blue here. It's not straightforward, this. No, he said it. It's a good shot. Well done. Will he take the black out? I think it's a good idea to knock the black off the top cushion here with the yellow. Well, he's going to play a sort of a shot where he leaves the cue ball behind the black. Good effort.
Yes, well, he's flipped his snooker back, just trying to avoid any calamities that might come along. So now it's 2 snookers, now the yellow's in, 30 in front, 25 on. As I say, it's been a great effort this from Andris Petrov in this year's UK Championship. Really impressive from him on his debut to get to the final qualifying round. He had some good wins, and hopefully we'll see plenty more of him on the World Snooker Tour this season. Of course, he's got a 2-year card. This is the first year of it. Assuming he doesn't get these snookers, though, his UK Championship race is finally run. Worth reminding ourselves, though, of who he's beaten to get this far. Jamie O'Neill 6'5", Jackson Page 6'5", and of course Gary Wilson 6'4". Trying to get in behind the black. Ooh, that would have been a nasty snooker. Well, a chance here to put this away once and for all. Just one good pop needed here, and he will be confirmed as the player who will be taking on Judd Trump at the Barbican. Nicely done. What a pop to seal it. So Zhao Guodong has been given a real battle by Andris Petrov, the Estonian who's impressed us so much this week. But it is going to be China's Zhao heading through, which means we've only got one match left on. Matt Selt and Anthony Hamilton, 4-3 to Selt currently. Well, he's not giving it up yet, has he? 31 behind, 3 snookers needed. I suppose he's come this far, he thinks, well, I'll give it a go. Seems a very unlikely scenario that he's going to get these snookers. But he's clearly enjoyed his UK Championship experience. He just doesn't want it to end. His only real chance is to get in tight behind that black, and it would be unpleasant for Zhao Guodong. I get the feeling as well, Zhao, he's quite a percentage careful player, as we've seen. He's not going to sort of stop whacking them around and risking offs or risk knocking other balls in. That's not going to happen. This is a chance. Ooh, he got close. And actually, it's ended up maybe a snooker. I think he can just clip the side of the blue, the left-hand side. And that, I suspect, is that. There's the handshake. Well, Andres Petrov has had an excellent debut in the UK Championship, but it's Xiao Dong who is progressing to the final stages at the Barbican Centre in York. He's going to be the first round opposition for Judd Trump. It was a battle. 6-3 sounds comfortable. It certainly wasn't. Spars between the two players. They played in a good spirit. It's Xiao Dong, the winner, by 6 frames to 3. So that means there's just one match left on. That's Matt Selt, of course, against Anthony Hamilton. Selt leading by 4 frames to 3 to provide our last qualifier to take on Kyron Wilson at Barbican. The mists have cleared as the day has gone on, and we've got just one more match, one more qualifier to be found. Let's just drop in on that before we head back to the studio. Yeah, Selt has just started to exert a bit of control. 4-3, 36-0. He's had 140 break in this, although he was 3-1 down at the interval. But he's won 3 frames, a couple of them pretty slow going, pretty tight, but maybe just stepping it up now. Although that wasn't the best kiss on the blue. And, well, who's next? But he's in control there. And these next few moments will be interesting in this match, whether he can stay that way or Hamilton can sink his teeth back into things. First things first, he's got to get the cue ball safe here. It's easy enough to hit one, but it's, of course, he's just not leaving one on. That's the problem. It's not like the Reds are sort of tightly packed in the bunch. He'll take his time. His average shot time tonight, 33 seconds. He's expecting to be put back in, I think. Matt Selt's just having a look if there's anything on, but there's not, so back we go. Leo Scully and the referee doing the honours. Yeah, Matt Selt, Anthony Hamilton in our last match here. What's been a very interesting week. Remember, we started on Saturday morning. We've had our YouTube, Facebook coverage since Monday, Judgment Day, Wednesday, Thursday. It's been an eventful week. I hope you've enjoyed it wherever you've been watching. And I hope we can do it again sometime. We will in due course have a word with Xiao Dong as we just watch this attempt from Hamilton. Again, second attempt. It's just this little moment here in the match just illustrates the way things have turned round. As I say, it was 3-1 to Hamilton. With all his experience, you thought, right, he's got a vice-like grip on the match, but Selt has managed to loosen that grip. And here, he's on this red, so 45-0 up already. Good chance for 5-3. Which should leave him 1 from victory. Yeah, so things are looking good for Matt Selt. Not had the best of seasons, but the UK Championship, if you do well in this tournament, it really can transform things. It's the second biggest ranking event behind the World Championship, and it very much feels that way this season as well, with the format changes which seem to have gone down well with most people. You can never please everybody, but I think most people agree the changes are good. And have just made it feel a bit more elite, a bit more special. It's always been an important tournament historically, but now when we get to York, just 32 players, 2 tables, every match televised, no second arena, nowhere to hide. Matt Selt needs another red after the pink. Here we go then, this is frame ball. He had Hamilton in a nasty snooker behind the blue. And this red should make it 5-3 to Selt.
20.
So Hamilton, who led 3-1, has now got it all to do. He's got to win the last 3 frames to get back to York, where of course he was in the last 16. Well, he's been there 4 times, was most recently last year. Beat Mark Williams. And Matt Selt, he's best in the UK Championship, a quarter-final appearance in 2015, but here in 2022 he's looking good to head back there.
29.
Well, the red has fallen off the table, but it doesn't matter. Matt Selt has won the frame. He's won the last 4 frames, actually, and he leads by 5 frames to 3. So this is the last match on. These qualifiers, you always find there's one match that goes late. And, well, this match, you know, could only be 1 more frame. We'll see. But Matt Selt, he'll be there until he gets the job done. He's looking the stronger of the 2, certainly, right now. Hamilton needs to find something. Do stay with us. We're going to shortly have some analysis of what we've been seeing tonight. So let's join Rob Walker in the studio.
Yes, thanks, Dave. We're edging towards the end of an epic 2 days. We will get a word with Zhao, but he's been delayed somewhere else in the arena, so an opportunity to reflect with Ken on a great 2 days. First of all, a quick reminder of how today's results have gone. Yeah. Here they are. And we've had a few one-sided matches. A word on Liam Highfield. I thought that was a great comeback against Ali Carter tonight.
Incredible comeback. I mean, he lost a bad frame to go 5-2 down, but the character he showed to come back and the way and the manner in which he did it, you know, with good breaks, he played beautifully, you know, and I have to say, we showed a lot of character, and Ali Carter be disappointed. There's no doubt about that. When you're 5-2 up, you've got, as I said, you've almost got one foot in the next round. But you can never discount anybody. And Liam Highfield showed a lot of character, a lot of bottle, came back and played really well.
So too did Sam Craigie. He'll be facing Zhao Xiintong, who's the defending champion. 1 o'clock on Saturday. Good win for him, 6-2, because Ian Burns looked like he was coming back into that one. Zhao Guodong, 6-3 over Andras Petrov. Guodong now faces Trump, and actually it will be the 3rd time they will have played in the UK Champs. They played the last 32 a couple of years ago. Trump won that one quite convincingly, 6-2. Let's give you a full list of all the qualifiers from our 2 judgment days. Yeah. We have had some real headline acts making it through. Top left, the first person we interviewed, the big story, Jimmy White making it through to the last 32 for the first time in 12 years. Saturday night, Ken, 7 o'clock, the Barbican, Ryan Day, Jimmy White, the roof's going to come off, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think there's going to be a huge crowd there. He's going to get a huge reception. And he deserves it. You know, he's 60 years of age. He played in his first UK Championship 42 years ago, was it? When he was 18. Yeah,
42,
and he's still going. You know, he's a former winner of it, of course, and he's still going. What a wonderful story to really sort of spark these qualifiers. Matthew Stevens, former winner as well. I mean, you know, there's some great names in there. Ding Junhui, Joe Perry, Dave Gilbert, and then the lads that qualified tonight. You know, there's some great names in there. Great matchups as well with the top 16.
Well, speaking of great matchups, that was one of the most entertaining draws that I think I've ever been a part of. I mean, we were joking with Jordan Brown before the draw, weren't we? We already know you want anybody but Mark Allen, and who comes out but Mark Allen? And the same for Neil Robertson and Joe Perry.
And he was standing there looking at us, wasn't he? You know, standing in the background looking at us, and he goes, "Oh no, I didn't want it at all." And you know, it's a tough draw for both players. You know, they practice in the same club, they practice with each other almost every day. They're always willing each other on. And yeah, it's a very, very tough draw, as indeed Joe Perry and Neil Robertson as well. But that's just a look at the draw. It has to happen sometime.
It does. Right, let's have a full look at all the matches to come. Let's start with the top half of the draw, if we may, guys, and then go to the bottom. They're getting tired in here, but they're working extremely hard, I promise you. This is what the top half of the draw looks like. Zhao Xiantong against Sam Craigie, of course. And they played in the qualifiers for the World Champs. Craigie coming back from 5-2 down to take that one in a decider. Ryan Day against Jimmy, we've alluded to that one. Allen against Jordan Brown. Karen Wilson against Matthew Selton, Anthony Hamilton. They're going to have to scrape Selton Hamilton off the table. Now, Selby and Vafai, Ken, a little more in-depth analysis on that one. Hossein beat Mark last year in the last 64 at the Barbican, but Selby, to me, looks like he's beginning to recapture the type of form that took him to 4 world titles. He'll be up for revenge.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought he played really well in the Champion of Champions, particularly against that match against John Higgins. Lost out to Judd Trump, who started to play extremely well too. That's a tough draw for Max Selby. Hossein Vafai, he played really well here. Hossein, he's on the up. You know, he's knocking on the door to 16. He's won that shootout as well, his first sort of ranking tournament. So he's playing with a bit of confidence. And when he gets going, you know, he can score for fun. So it's a real test for Mark Selby in the first round.
Jack Lisowski against Yu Sir, he came through well. Sean Murphy against a pretty underwhelmed Dave Gilbert, but I mean, he thrashed Mark King 6-0, and I'm sure he will be up for it, the formerly angry farmer who was really, really good today. Judd Trump and Xiao Guodong. Trump has a pretty handy record against Guodong. This is how the bottom half of the draw looks. Robertson and Perry, we've already touched on that one. Bingham against Highfield. I don't think Liam will be afraid of taking on Stuart Bingham, because to come from 5-2 down against Carter was superb.
Yeah, very, very good, the way he played. Of course, a different stage now, you know, different from the qualifiers, you know, to the main table out there. There's only 2 tables, of course. It's going to be a completely different setup. So, yeah, it's another test for Liam Highfield. But I don't think he's scared of playing the top players, you know. And the way he's playing, you know, this will give him a lot of confidence, this win against Ali Carter. So, yeah, it's a tough one for Stuart Bingham. But, of course, Stuart Bingham, you know, he's done it, wore the T-shirt, you know, and he's a proven winner, and he's going to be hard to stop. But it's a tough match to call, that one.
Yeah, we've got some brilliant matches to come. Braysel was last year's runner-up, taking on Liu Hao Chan, who's shown excellent form this season. Tom Ford is a former UK semi-finalist, and I think he might have beaten John Higgins en route to that semi-final. It was a great performance from Ford 4 years ago. We haven't seen him in the last 32 of the UK since then. Willow and Clark is the all-Welsh clash. Barry Hawkins and Ding Junhui. That's a good enough match to be a final, and yet they meet in the last 32.
Yeah, exactly. Another really tough draw for Barry Hawkins. I think any of the lads in the top 16, there's a few lads there that you didn't want to draw, and one of them is certainly Ding Junhui. He's won it 3 times, the UK Championship. Barry's never won it. So, you know, actually Ding could be a favourite there, even though Barry Hawkins is in the top 16. But Barry Hawkins, You know, he's a class player, and that's going to be a very, very tight. And in fact, if you look at all those last 3 matches in that draw there, they are all so tough to call. Great draws for the crowd, great draws for the snooker fans, and great draws for us to watch them on TV, because you couldn't call any of those. They're great, just great matches to look forward to.
Yeah, superb. Ken, just before you go, I think we're both unanimously agreed that this tweak to the UK format has been really good.
Yeah.
How about this? I'm just throwing this out there. It's taking us a while to get back to China because of the restrictions.
Yeah.
What about, we're talking hypothetically here, picking the brains of the champion of the world 25 years ago. What about China Open? Top 16 guaranteed. The real carrot is exactly the same format here, and the qualifying 16 get handed the plane ticket, and they all go off to China for the China Open.
Well, I mean, that's what we've asked WST for already. We've had these discussions that we wanted all the big events, and particularly the big money events, to take the top 16, have a tiered structure. Not the home nations, everybody in the pot with the home nations, that's fair enough. But particularly for these big events, the UK Championship, the China Open, the International Open as well, because they're carrying so much prize money. And it would be much better, I think, for the top 16 to be already there. It's better for the crowd over there. There's less tables. You just have 2 tables over there instead of 8 tables. Because if you qualify for the last 64 of the China Open, you go out there and there's nobody watching on the outside tables. Let's have it. Let's have all the Chinese tournaments, particularly the big ones, just 2 table structure and qualifiers just like this. And I think it'd be much better for everybody concerned.
Well said, Ken Doherty. And I must say, thank you ever so much. You do add a huge amount of gravitas to our Judgment Day coverage.
My pleasure.
It was a pleasure sharing a microphone with you. Ken has earned himself a pint of full-fat milk. So his duties are finished. You will be able to see him live on the BBC at the weekend. Just a little reminder, every ball, every frame, live on the Beeb, live on Eurosport. If you're watching on either channel, you won't miss a single beat of the action. So that's Ken done. And speaking of any single beats of the action, it's 5-3 Selt against Hamilton. Let's get back to the stalwart of the commentary box, Dave Hendon. He'll certainly need a pint of full-fat milk when he finishes his shift tonight, or should I say tomorrow morning.
Yes, thank you, Rob. A funny colour milk, if that's what Ken's drinking. But anyway, I hope he enjoys it. 5-3 it is to Matt Selt. And as I say, he was 3-1 down at the interval, but he's turned things round. Can he now finish it off? The couple of colours have gone awkward already here, the black and the blue, so this frame already a little dragged out. Hamilton seems to have kind of gone into his shell a little bit as the evening's gone on. It was Matt Selt who made the big break before the interval, 140 total clearance. Hamilton was sort of scrapped around a bit, but it may be that he needs to try and find a bit of fluency if he is going to turn this round. Well, Selt, he's a quite a positive kind of guy, and I'm sure he will be sensing that, let's say, Hamilton is struggling with fluency and looking to what he doesn't want, and I think what anyone wants is for this to get really dragged out and a late finish. So he's going to try and keep this frame as flowing and as open as he can. Not the most at the moment with the black and blue safe. Yeah, it's a frame that needs a bit of developing. Pink at the moment available, which could help, but black and blue not in. I always think if the blue's off its spot like that, or it's out of commission, it makes frames more difficult. Well, that's freed the black, so that's actually quite positive. Got the black into play, so let's see. Hamilton, he's got so much experience, and okay, he's 5-3 down, but he's got so much tablecraft and knowledge. You could easily see him getting back into this. It's almost written, Rob, isn't it? It's going to happen.
Yeah, you write off the Sheriff at your peril, and there was a little tap of the table there from Matthew Selt, just in acknowledgement of Anthony's tablecraft. One thing is absolutely certain. Hamilton's patience will hold firm. Remember, this is a guy who first played in the last 32 of the UK champs back in 1993.
Well, there are people out there, Rob, working on this who were not born then. The guys doing the technical stuff and the World Snooker Tour, not even born. I have to say, it doesn't include us two.
No, I was 93. I spent most of that summer anxiously awaiting my A-level results. So, not quite as old as Anthony, but sadly not as far behind, as you said, as many of the young lads and technical assistants out there who are waiting to go home, but they will wait a little longer.
I remember when I was young and very keen as a snooker journalist, I was at the World Qualifying in Newport, and there was you always get one match that goes on. Now, the session started at 6 o'clock, so you think, well, it can't be that late. 20 to 2, the last match finished. It actually involved someone who was in this very box earlier, Jason Ferguson, who was on the wrong side of defeat to someone else who actually now works for World Snooker Tour, Gary Wilkinson. 10-9. I thought, well, I've seen it out this long. I'll have to ask Gary, for a quote, do a little interview. But of course, he can, he's absolutely punch drunk. He can barely speak. So I just said, Gary, how are you feeling? He said, well, it doesn't matter how you get there. And that was the interview that I'd waited the best part of 7 hours for.
Concise.
But he's right, actually. It doesn't matter how you get there. This qualifying is a means to an end. It is to get into the final stages. And that's what Matt Selt is determined to do here. Doesn't want to. He knows what a great break builder Hamilton is. He doesn't want to give him some sort of opening. Oh, and that's not good. That's a mistake. He might have got away with it, actually, but it was quite actually the last couple of frames were quite fluent, and that suits Selt, I think. If it gets a bit scratchy and a bit scrappy, you could argue maybe Hamilton, with his experience and his temperament, would be what he would want.
And the other sort of interesting subplot, I guess, with this match, Dave, if you look at the seasons they've had thus far, I mean, I know we're only just getting into the meat of the season. Matthew's had a much slower start to the current campaign. First round exits, lost to Hayden Pinney in the European Masters. Lu Ning lost the decider to him in the British Open, lost the decider to Mark Joyce in the Scottish Open. Managed to win one match in Northern Ireland, but it's been a very slow start to the season for Matthew Selt, who, showed good signs at the end of last season. Runner-up in the inaugural event out in Turkey. Judd Trump taking that one. But Hamilton made a decent run to the last 16 of the British Open. Beat Jamie Clark and O'Connor before losing to Wan Si-jun. Beat Marco Fu en route to this last qualifying round. So Hamilton's got some good form coming into this match. And it doesn't matter how long it takes or how slow it is, he will not lose patience.
No, the Sheriff. He's used to these sort of late night battles. you go back in snooker history, some of the names you associate with late matches, and because everything's on YouTube, and there's a clip of a match from the 1989 World Championship. Eddie Charlton, Cliff Thorburn. I mean, there's two straight away. And they were playing a match. It went on to about 2 in the morning. But they cut to the press seats. And who was watching? Terry Griffiths, another one who you would associate with that sort of style of play. He wasn't playing in the match, but he just wanted to watch it. 2 in the morning. But they were the real tough men of our sport. There's plenty still around, of course. Eddie Charlton, the last 60-something to reach the last 32 of a ranking event until Jimmy White qualified for this. And that was 1993.
Which event was it?
It was the International Open. Year before, he was in the last 32 of the UK, but yeah. So, and of course, at that point, Jimmy was top 4 player. So, you know, it's we keep saying it, but a remarkable achievement for him.
It was interesting listening to Joe Perry earlier, wasn't it? Joe saying that he had taken a little bit of inspiration. He said he was awful in the previous match, and he'd taken some inspiration from Jimmy's achievement here, and said, well, I was getting a bit fed up at the age of 48, and then I look at Jimmy and think, well, he's still got the passion burning brightly at the age of 60. I've got to knuckle down and get on with it. And Joe also said, I'd forgotten actually, that Jimmy's discretionary tour card is up at the end of this forthcoming season. Joe makes a good point. Hasn't he, with this run alone, justified another 2 years with the publicity that will come to the sport off the back of Jimmy's run to the Barbican? He's due another one.
Yeah, the thing about those tour cards, the invitation cards, there's no set criteria, so it's in the gift of World Snooker Tour, but it would be hard to justify, I suppose, him not continuing, because, yeah, we've already seen the column inches his run has generated. Now, this frame, he's just taken a bit of time to open up, just two reds potted so far, but actually the balls are in open positions. If either one of them could get in, there would be a break on. That's help from Romford, where, of course, Stig Davis, Mark King, these sort of people. Essex, such a strong area for snooker. Stuart Bingham will be, of course, at the Barbican. Not playing Ali Carter, though, after that wonderful Liam Highfield recovery. Good to see him happy. We haven't seen everyone qualifying been in that good a mood, but most of them have been, of course, including Liam. Matt Selt, I'm sure, will be buzzing if he can put this away.
He's played a patient game in this frame so far. He knows the table is open should he make a mistake, and he feels this is not the time yet to go for one. But he will be itching to get to the table and restore the fluency that has seen him move from 3-1 down to 5-3 up. It's been a good response by the 2019 Indian Open champion against the man who confounded all the pundits and critics and won the German Masters in 2017. An event that he said afterwards could have been his last. Paid for his parents to fly out to watch him, thinking he was about to retire, and won the title. One of the great stories of recent seasons, that, from Anthony Hamilton. Probably I'd rank that, Dave, along with Mark King winning Northern Ireland, probably Jordan Brown, the Welsh, in the decider against Ronnie, albeit behind closed doors, and Rob Milkins, you know, coming back from a controversial trip to Turkey and restoring pride and finally getting over the line in a big one. These one-off wins create great stories.
Yeah, because it's the journey, isn't it? All the years they put in. And I mean, Anthony's so self-deprecating. I saw him after the final, and he had the trophy. He was in the sort of little reception in the hotel, and he said, I don't want to carry this trophy around all night, but I don't know what to do with it. I've never had this problem before. So even in that moment of victory, he found a way to be self-deprecating. But yeah, it was just terrific, actually. Beat Ali Carter. Tempodrome is such a wonderful venue as well. If you're going to win a tournament, you know, it's one of the places you want to win one in. this frame, as I say, cagey because both players wary of leaving these reds on. I think there could be a big break in this frame eventually. It's just who gets in first. Hamilton obviously is the one who's got to be really careful because one mistake here, one opening for Selt, it could be over. Yeah, and he's fully aware of that. That's why he's taking his time here. He needs to try and get the cue ball really back to sort of where it is. Otherwise, he's leaving reds to middle, leaving reds, several reds possible potentially. So this bit of a head scratcher. The other option is to get the cue ball back to Bolt, but there's reds he could leave there as well. So that seems to be what he's doing. He needs to be wary of those reds that are available in the middle of the table. Trying to leave the cue ball glued to the cushion. He's played a good shot, really, from where he was. He's almost inviting Selt to sort of take something on here, and that could be a little trap he's set.
I was just thinking that as you said it, it's an enticing table for an attacking player, isn't it? Especially an attacking player who's leading by 2 frames, only 1 away from the winning line. But these reds are spread beautifully. The first mistake could well prove very, very costly in this frame. And Matthew Selt's patience has held good thus far. He's on the verge of a match against Kyron Wilson. The 2 tables set up at the Barbican, but the job is not done yet, and he needs to be very careful the way the reds are spread.
Well, I think he's almost forced into going for it. Let's see, could be a frame winner, match winner, or a frame loser. Here we go. Well, maybe that all these reds are sort of covering each other. Hamilton having a look. I think there is one that goes just sort of right of the pink spot to the middle, but again, the pressure's on him here now. Kind of the same thing in reverse.
That could have been worse for Selt, couldn't it?
Yeah, it's a big shot, this. It's even bigger, actually, for Hamilton, because he's 5-3 down. So if he misses, it could be end of match. And if he misses this red, he's going to be leaving Selt in amongst all of them. But in it goes. So Anthony Hamilton has been very patient in this frame. Let's see now if he can put something together after all that effort, all that work to get in.
It was a great pot in the context of the match. From Hamilton's perspective, if that red had bounced back off the knuckle, it could have been match over. As it is his clear opportunity here to reduce the arrears and ensure the late night drama continues further.
23.
Anthony Hamilton, 51 years of age, ranked 39. He's been on a bit of an upward curve the last year. He's become more methodical. A lot of that has been down to problems he's had, health problems. In this match, nearly 34 seconds a shot, but that can increase if he starts making breaks, or rather decrease, come down, I mean. If he finishes with 3 big breaks, then it'll be under 30 seconds, I'm sure.
29.
No doubt that these qualifiers have created a real anticipation for York for the 9 days there at the Barbican Centre. Great venue, lovely city. Going to be big crowds, a lot of tickets gone. Several sessions sold out, so I'm sure everyone who's been watching this will be watching that as well on the various channels. And let's hope for a really good tournament. I'm sure. I don't see how it can't be.
I think it's been teed up perfectly. We've had the hors d'oeuvre, and if the main course is just as tasty, we are in for an absolutely superb trip to York. It's not to be missed, whichever channel you're watching on.
Yeah, clean that with everything you got.
Well, that's gone completely wrong. Whether that's sort of, I don't know whether he's overdone it or it's spun off the cushion, whatever. He's left himself a difficult pink now, and he was just getting close. He didn't need the 3 reds on the right-hand side cushion. The 3 in the open would have been enough, but you can see from his reaction, suddenly there's a bit of pressure on this pink. Selt will need those reds, that's the only good news, so maybe that takes a bit of pressure off the shot. But he's found trouble unexpectedly here. But he has potted it. Every credit. Actually didn't make a meal of this one, did he? He just focused on the pot with the rest, and he's still going, and not much more to do, as I say, to close the gap to 5-4. Well, surely, well, the red on the blue spot, does it go past the red by the pocket? Or has he got to play a plant here? If you've got to play a plant, then that can go wrong. Well, it looks from that angle there's room for it to go past the red. Yeah.
52.
A post-midnight finish looms ever more likely.
59.
It was just a case of patience, the way the table was set up. Good safety battle between the 2 players, but the first opportunity fell to the veteran from Nottingham. And he's taken full advantage. This has been a good response by Anthony Hamilton, drawing on all those, not years, but decades of experience and patience.
Yeah, you know, he hasn't been a scrapper. Okay, it was early on, it was edgy, but this has been a really good break. He's developed these reds as well. So Anthony Hamilton turning the screw. Well, it's been a very enjoyable few days, and let's hope. I know a lot of people have welcomed the YouTube, Facebook coverage. Let's hope that that is something that will continue in the future, because we've had a lot of tweets from people who sometimes find it difficult around the world to watch snooker, to find the snooker on the various platforms, but I know they've enjoyed this, and there'll be many people, I'm sure, sticking this out to the end. Look at this. I mean, he's been struggling really to score tonight, and suddenly he pulls this out of the fire. Could be a century.
A century at just the right time. Yeah, little nod to himself. Yeah, that'll do. Gives himself a B+.
Well, 87, very welcome break from Anthony Hamilton, and the match continues. 5-4 it is to Matt Selt. This is the last match in the final qualifying round of this Cazoo UK Championship. A UK Championship that, of course, resumes on Saturday in the final stages, but we've got 31 players, we're yet to get our 32nd.
And just before you go, Dave, I know you're heading off for a glass of orange juice. Apart from Jimmy, what are the other matches that you're particularly looking forward to when we trundle up the motorway an hour and a half to York tomorrow, ready for 1 o'clock on Saturday afternoon?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's some really interesting ones. I mean, I mentioned earlier Mark Selby, Hussein Vafai. That's a rematch. Vafai beat Selby last year. I think Xiao Xingtong as well. You know, we remember, of course, he won the event as a big underdog last year. Now he's going there, first match on, all the pressure, the expectation. He'll be the first to sample the new arena that we've been talking about. And, of course, you've got Sam Craigie, who we've seen qualify tonight. So that'll be really interesting. We always, of course, are interested in Ronnie O'Sullivan. He's up against Matthew Stevens. Barry Hawkins, Ding Junhui is, you know, a very sort of even sort of match. Obviously, Hawkins, the seed. Ding, you know, has qualified superbly. Robertson, Perry. They're all interesting matches in their own right, aren't they? And also the all-Chinese match, Yan Bingtao, Zhou Yulong, you know, they're good friends as well. So it promises to be, I think, a fascinating first round. We had a tweet earlier how many top 16 players would be successful and how many would go out. It's impossible to say. Ken sort of said about 12 would win, maybe 4 would lose. We just don't know. But what we do know is the UK Championship this year is going to be special. It's going to take some winning. And whoever does win will have deserved the $250,000 record first prize that they'll get. And, of course, the trophy and name on the Roll of Honour if they're not already on it. But to be honest, my highlight, Rob, was Jimmy White yesterday. I thought it was terrific. We've all been with Jimmy all these years as fans working in the sport, the ups and the downs. We all know how much he loves it. We all know how much people love him. And Saturday night at the Barbican is going to be rocking when he plays Ryan Day. Whatever happens there, when Jimmy says, you know, he's going to win it, who knows? But whatever happens there, that is one not to be missed.
It certainly is. Absolutely a superb night of drama in prospect. Jimmy White, Ryan Day. There'll be bound to be a few more tickets flying out. Now we clarified earlier on today. A lot of people were asking when Jimmy was playing, and it wasn't destined to be Jack Lisowski. We thought at one stage, the way the draw was progressing, there were fewer and fewer other alternatives. I thought surely it can't be Lisowski, and it nearly was, but yep, Jimmy against Ryan Day. Plenty of support for the other Welsh players. Jamie Clark taking on Mark Williams in the all-Welsh encounter, and Matthew Stevens flying the flag for his country, just ahead of his countrymen flying the flag at the Football World Cup. Matthew Stevens taking on Ronnie, as we mentioned, back at the event that thus far has been his finest moment, taking the title in 2003. Well, Dave, you've added a huge amount of gravitas to Judgment Day Part 1 and Judgment Day Part 2. I will see if I can just about stay afloat for the back end of this match. Really, really enjoyed your company, and we've benefited from your expertise for 48 hours on our Judgment Day coverage. And, of course, you've been here since Monday after doing such a great job at the Champ of Champs last week and over the weekend in Bolton. So your tour of the North continues, as does mine. So maybe I'll catch you up for a glass of orange juice just after midnight. Let's see how this goes. But thanks ever so much to Dave Hendon.
Thanks, Rob. I just want to say thanks to everyone who's got in contact over the last few days, and we'll do it again sometime.
Nice opener there for Matthew Seltz, having sat in his chair whilst Anthony Hamilton compiled a really composed break in the previous frame. He went for that red to middle left, and if it had missed, you would have fancied Matt Seltz to clean up, having taken 4 on the spin from 3-1 down to 5-3 up. And Matt Seltz will be desperate to avoid being dragged into a midnight decider. But this isn't easy. One or two loose reds to pick off here. Huge thanks to Dave Hendon. It's been absolutely brilliant. The commentator you can learn a huge amount from. He's been immersed in the sport for decades, and having Ken on board for this UK Champs Judgment Day has also been hugely beneficial. And well done if you've stayed with our coverage. I think we started at, what, just before 12? So we've, give or take, a couple of hours off in the middle of the day. This has been a long old shift, but we feel we need to pay this match the respect it deserves. 31 names guaranteed. Which one of these two completes the last 32? Really good mid-range red to get himself in. 1 or 2 still left to pick off, but at one stage he's going to need to just have a little nudge on this big pack of reds. But so far so good in the 10th here for Matt Seltz. That was really delicately done. He was just watching that very, very carefully. quarter-finalist in 2015. Beat Luca Bracel 6-4 and lost to Mark Selby. Had some big wins last year. Remember, he knocked out Judd Trump and Joe Perry before losing to Barry Hawkins. He's had a couple of good runs at the Barbican, Matt Selt.
21.
Little grimace there. We'll have to wait a little longer before we find out whether he'll have another chance to walk out for the two-table setup. It's a good start, but ran out of position. Plenty to ponder for the Nottingham Cuman. Well, one or two reds is becoming dislodged from that pack. It's coming down to have a look at the potential damage if he goes in too hard. I'm not as prolific on social media as the likes of Ken and Dave, but if you are with us late into the night, get in touch on Twitter. I'll see if I can read a few. It's at Rob Walker TV. Matty James, thanks for sticking with us. Well, that's reciprocated, Matty. Hope you're keeping nice and warm wherever you're watching in the world. We have had people from many different continents, because I think World Snooker have tried to make this available in places where other events previously have been geo-blocked or required payments. I'm pretty sure this has been made available free of charge in many new territories. I'm not sure where you're watching from, Matty, but thanks for your company. Really important to pay these matches the respect they deserve. One of the things I think is really important in the role of MC is when fans turn up and they've got a particular favourite and you're watching somebody who is extremely popular, it's really important for the other player in action to be given due respect and a great reception as well. And these two have both been on long journeys to register maiden ranking event triumphs. Matt Selt, a great win in India, a great run to the final in Turkey. And Dave and I were talking just, 10-15 minutes or so ago about Anthony Hamilton's incredible victory at the German Masters in 2017. So some players have got dozens, literally, of ranking titles and triple crowns, and that's brilliant, and that's to be wondered, and that's to be celebrated and savoured. But the one-off champions are also huge contributors to our sport. And Matt Selt and Anthony Hamilton, with two very different personalities, have each made a great contribution to the snooker tour. So we're sticking with this one and seeing which of them will be coming through. to face Kyron Wilson, who made a fantastic run to the semis last year. What a fantastic victory he had over Ronnie O'Sullivan. Good evening, Jonathan Fletcher. Watching in bed from Burton-upon-Trent. Time for a brew. And good evening to John Smith as well. Nick Christensen says hello. Arlo. Love from Guernsey. I used to go on holiday to Guernsey, Arlo. It's an absolutely fabulous, fabulous Channel Island. A couple of people watching from North Vancouver. What a wonderful city that is. I had the privilege of commentating on the Winter Olympics there. Can't believe that was 12 years ago. Hope you bid for it again. You did a fantastic job. Dan Len is saying, don't sit on the fence, give us the winner. Well, if you mean in this match, I'm going to say, it just feels as though when he gets in, Matt Selt's game looks good. So I think Matt Selt might just have enough. If you're asking me for a winner of the UK, I'd need a crystal ball. Michael Orbeck is doing commentary live for Danish viewers on Discovery Plus. Wonderful country, Denmark. Many holidays and work assignments there. I was in Aarhus for the World Cross Country Champs a few years ago. Brilliant place. Tom Mayhew. That's a great shot there by Matt Selt. Due respect being paid by Anthony Hamilton. He's playing the patient game here, Matt Selt. Tom Mayhew is saying, why was I so excited about the carpet at Yan Bing Chow's house? Yep. Well called out, Tom. We've been doing a few pieces to try and get behind the personalities. It's complete garbage that there are no characters in snooker anymore. Complete and utter garbage. But when they're at an event, they're not likely to be drinking 6 pints because it's too competitive. They've got to try and win the event. Anyway, we went around we did a piece at Mark Selby's house, Kyron Wilson's house, drove a tractor with Dave Gilbert. And we did a piece with Yan Bing Chow, which ended up going viral, I believe, on social media. He just moved into a house, and yeah, we did the best with the material we had, and quite rightly, there was a high level of Mickey taking going on. So yeah, at my expense, I'll take that one, Tom Mayhew. Are you nipping round to the Graduate for a swift half? Do you know what? I think I'll probably just go to bed after this because we've got an epic 9 days ahead of us. Srini is watching in Tampa, Florida. Thanks for staying up late with us. You must be earlier on in the day there. You're behind there by what, 5-6 hours? This is quite good. Amazing the number of people still with us. Angus McAnally. Still with you, Rob. Greetings from Ireland. Lovely to see Jimmy White replying to every congratulatory message he received. Wow. Good evening, Barney Moises. And Donald, yep, it does feel like perhaps we've been denied a late night curry. A lot of people watching from Ireland. Oh, wow, another message here. Somebody watching from Turkey. The only event you could watch free of charge was the Turkish Masters. Pete Christie's just returned from living in South Korea. What a fascinating country that is, Pete. I was there for the Winter Olympics in 2018. Yeah, quite a few people are fans of the new format. Tanya Murphy is saying, still here, I'll need some matchsticks for my eyes. I love the new format, and I like the fact that it's available on YouTube. Wow, Stephen Jones from Upper Pennsylvania in Michigan. I play mostly pool. I do watch snooker when I can. Got to be up for work at 7 AM in Leeds. Robert the Wanted. There's somebody who says, I'm good mates, or used to be good mates with Celty. I played him in the Romford Juniors, and I played the Sheriff up the club a few moons ago. So good evening to you. Well, it's shortly to be good morning, isn't it? Dan Len's come back with another question. Best upcoming player, in your opinion, under 25? I might have to give you an obvious one there, but I mean, the way Yan Bingtao held himself together, albeit behind closed doors, against John Higgins to win the Masters at the start of last year was absolutely phenomenal. Perhaps, I think, if he gets the right draw, I think he's got the right temperament to go a very, very long way at the Crucible. He's certainly pretty unflappable. So I'd have to say Yan Bingtao if you're asking me for the biggest star of the future under the age of 25. I think he's got a very good chance of becoming the first Chinese player to win the World Championship. And still, Matt Selt's patience holds firm. He does not want to get dragged in to a decider here. Mentioned with Dave, it's been by his own standards, a poor start to the season. Early exits at the European Masters, British Open, Scottish Open. He lost to Mark Joyce in a decider. One win in Northern Ireland. He beat Dwayne Jones and then lost to Pang Jung-Soo. But beat Hamid Mir here, 6-1 at a century, a 66 and a 57. If he comes through this match and gets himself into the last 32, he's got the kind of temperament that will not be frightened of Kyron Wilson, especially when you bear in mind he's beaten Luca Brecel at the Barbican in the UK Champs. He's beaten Judd Trump, that was last year, Joe Perry. But he's got to get the job finished here against an extremely patient, awkward and experienced opponent. And he'll have full respect for Anthony Hamilton's credentials and his ability to take the last two frames and deny Matthew Selt a day in the spotlight on table 1 or table 2 against Kyron Wilson. So that's why Matthew Selt is remaining extremely patient in this frame. Got in first, ran out of position. He's got to wait for another opportunity to edge closer to the winning line. And he'll be mightily relieved that that one didn't drop. The tiniest of kisses, but luckily there was a little bit of wriggle room before the edge of the pocket. Someone watching, I believe it's Carlo. Carlo watching from Burnham in Belgium. No doubt you'll be paying close attention when Luca Brecel takes centre stage. What a great run to the final 12 months ago. And how well did he follow it up, taking the Scottish Open title as well? And then perform well at the Tour Champs towards the end of the season. He's taken a step up in class in the last 12 months, Luca. Cool, calm customer. Now comes a chance for Matthew Selt to get this finished. Best message so far from someone called the midwife. A C-section to deliver at 9 AM, but I am staying to the bitter end. Well, maybe you will get a good night's sleep after all. Oh, my goodness me. My goodness me. Oh. He must have thought for a moment that wasn't going in. I'd love to see a replay of that if we could. He would have been absolutely incandescent with himself if that red hadn't dropped. Well, it did go in. And the chance continues. But there's work to do here. Not ideal. So close to that brown. There was pressure attached to that shot. That's why he was grimacing. Quite difficult to control how far away the cue ball drifted, having secured the black. And this isn't a given. That's brilliantly done. That was a really awkward shot because he couldn't see the whole of the cue ball. Good recovery from Matt Selt as he attempts to ensure this is the final frame of the match. Slowly and surely. Daniela Daniel asks, who will be the next player to win the World Championship for the first time? I'm going to say Yan Ping Chao. Someone's just written, Selt should be kissing that pocket and maybe take it out to dinner if he wins. He's not there yet. That's okay.
27.
Six rows round, so there's still 75 available. David Dew is asking, what's the latest match I've ever commentated on? It was the final frame of Fergal O'Brien against Dave Gilbert on Judgment Day a few years ago. That one frame alone lasted 2 hours and 5 minutes, which was outside Eliud Kipchoge's marathon world record, which at the time I think was 2:01:39. Set in Berlin. They spent about 45 minutes on the final yellow and green alone. Anyway, let's focus on this one. Thanks for all your messages. Let's see if Matt Selt can get over the line here. Wriggled in, well done. He's nearly there. So Anthony Hamilton now requires snookers. Just 59 left available. But he'll want to make absolutely sure here, Matt Selt. This has been a superb visit. Fully respecting the capabilities of the man in the other chair. Yep. This match is over, and Anthony Hamilton in the background is just taking off his sleeve protector. Well, he got in with a red that wobbled but eventually dropped. And Anthony Hamilton succumbs 6 frames to 4. Matt Selt takes the 32nd spot available in the Cazoo UK Championship, which will start in style with a bang with Zhao Xintong in action against Sam Craigie at 1 o'clock on Saturday. Judgment Day Part 2 is coming to an end. He was patient there, Matt Selt, and fully deserved it. We're finishing just a shade after midnight. You've been listening to the dulcet tones of Ken Doherty and Dave Hendon, who've gone off for a glass of something nice, and I might just have an opportunity to join them. My name's Rob Walker. Thank you ever so much for your company. We've really enjoyed bringing you the action over the last couple of days. We've tried to ensure it's free to air in as many different places around the world as possible. And if this is the hors d'oeuvre, come and join us for the main course. Whether you're watching on Discovery Plus or the BBC, you'll be listening to some of the very best in the business, and it will be a privilege for all of us to travel to the great northern city of York. But from all of us who have stayed the course here this evening, thanks ever so much for joining us. And the final message of all, don't forget the Whirlwind, 7 o'clock Saturday night against Ryan Day. Jimmy White isn't back, he never left, and he's in the last 32 at the Barbican. Thank you ever so much. That is it from Judgment Day. A very good night.
Golden Dagen. Aware a neg heavier through that. Heavier through that. The petty will freak.
Once again, your champion, Cazoo.
Great sporting events make great stories. On Discovery Plus, watch Lycra Warriors
It
battle.
has been a blockbuster.
Hot shots fire.
The legend.
Sharp shooters strike.
Ronnie O'Sullivan is in seventh heaven.
And thrill seekers zoom. There's live sport for everyone on Discovery Plus.